Welcome, hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of the Beneficial AGI Summit here in Panama City. Day 1 was super exciting, a lot of great speakers. David Orban is our host today. He's just starting now, which will lead to our keynote for the day. So welcome, get ready for an exciting day. Brando Murphy will be hosting along with me today. You'll see him shortly. Here we go, we're going to start the conference now.
Our long-term futures. So I'm sure that his talk today will be very, very intriguing, stimulating, and please give a warm welcome to Anders Sandberg.
Okay, now I'm technologically enhanced. Yes. Wonderful to be here. I literally traveled a third around the Earth's circumference to come here, and the conversations already has made it worth it. I'm going to do a very quick talk, because we're always running out of time, mostly to point out some things that we later might want to think about a bit more deeply. So, okay, here it is. So, this is a project that is basically a book I'm writing together with Professor Cyril Holm over in Sweden. And it began back in 2020 during lockdown, when we started thinking about state power, how to handle disasters, emerging technologies, singletons, and the role of AI. How would a pandemic be handled in a world with artificial superintelligence? And would we like that handling? So, this is a 45-minute talk I'm going to try to do in 15 minutes, so I try to summarize it. So the first question is, why do we have laws? This is a typical question law professors, or at least jurisprudence professors, really want to know. And the simple answer is they're a way of coordinating us so we get peace and prosperity and power to some people. And that solves a lot of very hard problems because it's actually hard to be a human. We need to solve complicated coordination problems in society. Many of them involve agents that like to break the rules or are very clever at doing it. So we construct systems that do that. So when we started, we called them singletons. Most of you probably have heard about Nick Bostrom's paper about singletons, where he's talking about orders that run the entire world, kind of central agency that could really avoid existential risk because it could actually force everybody on planet Earth to do whatever is decided by the singleton. But we can imagine lowercase s singletons. And then we realized that that was confusing, so we used this slightly awkward acronym, GUIDES, Globally Unique Decision Entities. But a legal system is like that. You usually have only one legal system per country. You usually have only one market per country. Very interesting exceptions and complications. But these orders are very effective. And they're also powered by human autonomous action. We do things, and every action actually is part of what the market and legal order is doing. And this is a very beautiful form of distributed cognition, and one can write entire books about it. And this idea is not new to us by any means. We can certainly go back to Hayek and von Mises. We can certainly bring up essentially standard sociology textbooks, etc. Now, one interesting thing is designing such systems from the ground up is very hard. The classic example of how this can totally fail is planned economies. The centrally planned economy has failed as an implementation everywhere that's been tried, almost. And that is interesting because if it's impossible to do that kind of big orders artificially, maybe AI can't do it either. If you take von Mises and Hayek's arguments against central planning seriously, it seems like the singleton, the super intelligent entity that runs the world skillfully, must be impossible, which is a quite interesting claim. Now, we try to figure things out about that, and it turns out that the situation is a bit more complicated. Now, generally, again, we know that existential risk might be a very strong drive to want to have very powerful coordination on a global scale. And it seems like AI and AI-supported social orders might actually be good at doing this. At the same time, you get this disquiet that, wait a minute, are we trying to design these big systems? Given how badly we know organized guides have failed in the past, we might not want to do that. But it seems plausible that if we're successful with aligning general intelligence, and we get a lot of action and cognition on tap, many of the coordination problems should be much more solvable. So that's the good news. We might end up with replacements of these extended cognitive system that we call guides that are currently run between human minds and on pieces of paper, and now it's all running in software, and it's much faster, unbiased, effective, and we get way more peace and prosperity. Yes. And then there is that problem that human autonomy is no longer needed in this equation. That is very, very scary. Because it might be that we get a very wonderful future, but there is actually no need for autonomous action. Even autonomous action might be a stupid thing to do because it's always going to be suboptimal compared to the superintelligence. At which point we end up with this kind of serfdom conclusion. Uh-oh, this sounds very wrong. So the final part of our book project is trying to figure out a way around this. Both, is it possible? Could it be that there are actually real limitations of what superintelligence can achieve in the actual complicated world? Because there might be limits on how smart you can be. But also, can we now, before we have superintelligence, design things and set up not just alignment so we can survive having powerful systems around, but setting up alignment in such a way that is aligned with a good social order, that it's aligned with human autonomy? And the answer is an interested maybe. Okay, that was the summary of my talk. Hopefully now you can follow the rest, because I'm just going to flip through a lot of slides, just making a brief point about what we're talking about. Basically, it's a funny book for me because I'm in the ethics business. and we're ignoring ethics. And this has to do with the Swedish legal tradition that got interested in this idea that actually using error theory, saying that all talk about ethics is irrelevant, actually makes for very good ways of thinking about law. And this is useful when you're trying to argue about stuff that feels very normative and ethical. Because if we can show things without recourse to bringing in ethics, it might work for people who actually believe that there are ethical systems in the world. Now, the interesting part here is that to note that we're very normative animals. We really like following rules, and if somebody tells you when you're young very solemnly and sternly that you ought to do something, you quite often think that you ought to do it. It has a strange power on us. And even if you think that actually there is no ethics other than as a research topic, those normative claims have great power in making us do certain things, not just in the sense that it's smart to follow the social norms on driving on the right side of the road, but also that you actually think that there is something inherently wrong with stealing. And that means that since many people think that, we don't steal very much and we get a very low friction society with high trust. So generally, the kind of beings we are have this problem that we're stupid and selfish, but we're also very good at coordinating, and we need to coordinate better. As Elinor Ostrom shown, we solve very hard coordination problems by inventing little social institutions, sometimes very obscure ones. And we quite often make these pragmatic epistemic guidelines, these heuristics that make society and our thinking work. And they shape our behavior way more than we normally think. And that is probably, if you leave out the idea that there is some actual moral reality out there, this is actually what is going on. We create these normative orders, and they power a lot of what we're doing. Now, of course, some people are very good at hijacking this. This is an important problem when designing systems like this, because there are always going to be some people who are thinking, how can I maximize my outcome? But the really interesting thing, we end up with this iceberg. We have a little top of the iceberg where we have our explicit laws, our explicit rules, and under the surface we have all these norms and systems. We have the power of a market which self-organizes. We have a lot of the implementation of law which doesn't happen through court and police, but actually through the little policeman in our head telling us, I should probably not be doing that. And these designed and non-designed structure work sometimes very well. Sometimes they fail disastrously. The interesting thing here is that this system doesn't have to necessarily reside in just brains. We can take the extended mind hypothesis seriously and say, actually, a lot of it literally happens on the pieces of paper we carry in our pockets and bookshelves. A lot of it happens in the form of online conversation between people engaging in a trade. We actually are already doing a lot of this in an inorganic form, which means that it's not that weird if other inorganic forms like software might be doing it. Certainly high-frequency trading is already doing it. We have outsourced a lot of our cognition to corporations that are basically machines that are implementing this extended cognition and sometimes doing it in ways that are very different from what any member in the organization would say. So now we end up with the guides, these natural intelligence systems. And they are very useful, very powerful cognitive artifacts. Also potentially very deadly ones, as we've seen through wars and democides. But they're all powered by our human individual actions. And then you get these emergent powers from it. That's great. And as I mentioned, we have this little problem with planning. As a computer scientist, I immediately felt like, yeah, those nice arguments by Hayek and Mises why planned economies couldn't work from the 20s and 30s, they're nice, but I want to see the actual computational complexity. Suppose I wanted to run an economy. How hard could it be? Can I actually run it on my computer? And it turns out that if you do the best possible assumptions, let's assume we want to allocate goods and services as a linear programming problem. So we're
I hope it doesn't happen to me.
Do we have another one?
okay.
Sorry, where? Hello? Test. Test.
Yes.
Okay, this one.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that was just a slight hiccup in the 5-year plan on supplying you with sound. And historically, we of course know that these 5-year plans, these grand plans of allocating products fairly, didn't work very well in reality because reality was very complex. But it turns out that even if we assume everything is beautifully linear and turn it into a standard linear programming problem, the scaling with the problem size, the number of goods, is by the 2.5th power, give or take a little bit, given some theoretical issues. That turns out to be what people in theoretical computer science would say, oh, that's a tractable problem. It's not exponential. And in practice, it turns out that it takes 54 million years to do a proper allocation of goods in the current modern economy, which is practically not what we want. And of course, you need to update this every time somebody invents any single new thing. That is a bit of a problem. There are ways of trying to get around this, but most of them don't work for various interesting reasons. So at this point, of course, I might be the smug liberal saying, haha, I defeated socialism yet again, yay for the free market. Except, of course, that there are similar theorems that seem to apply if we try to think about markets. It should also be actually intractable. Indeed, there are some hilarious papers showing that if the efficient market hypothesis is true even in its weak form, then P equals MP, at which point all computer scientists in the audience will go, wait a minute, that can't be right. So they conclude that the efficient market hypothesis must be wrong, which is actually fairly reasonable. But similarly, it turns out that price formation should take exponential time, but it doesn't. The price of this bottle of water probably converges very quickly and without much problem. What seems to be going on here is that this kind of distributed cognition going on in a market actually is very approximable. It's much easier to find a quick approximation that's good enough and that actually works. The really interesting thing is, of course, when you start thinking about the theory of firms. Coase brought in this idea that why do we form companies and organizations? Well, there are these costs of making contracts. If we're all working as individual contractors, we're going to spend endless time negotiating contracts. That's tricky. It's easier that I negotiate a contract with somebody hiring me, and when we get something that works well. And that way, transaction costs are kept down, and everything is fine. And then the company can grow up until you get this economies of scale. What Herbert Simon pointed out was that the actual size of firm and their distribution is very sensitive to a lot of these assumptions. If you change the scalings, they might balloon or shrink a lot. And he also pointed out that much of economy is not at all a free market. It's actually the somewhat planned economy inside firms. In fact, the free market is solving some computational problems for big blobs that are not free markets. And we can, of course, bring up complexity economics and Cesar Hidalgo's work here, but I'm running out of time. The interesting point is, if we introduce AI, we might see some interesting changes in the scaling. And it's not entirely obvious to me whether this means that either firms implode. It's so easy for us to do contracting using smartphone apps that we're all gig workers. Or that Walmart grows to become 100% of the world economy, leaving both liberals and socialists looking like, oh, that's not what we wanted, but we have a global planned economy. Okay. Now, existential risk had been already mentioned, so I'm just going to be going through, jumping past that. Similarly, the world might, we're not certain, but it might be really vulnerable. And that, of course, leads to this worry that we really need global coordination. The classic idea is, of course, Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan. He felt like the war against everybody was so dangerous that we need even a bad ruler. And it's an interesting one because he actually, in his fantastic book, he's even talking about that the body of a state is an artificial man. He's literally describing it as a machine. We would say, okay, he's totally talking about AI. He even got into kind of trouble for thinking about making artificial people in his writings. Then he would probably have been totally fine with a modern state too, with state capacity. Now, Nick Bostrom, as I mentioned, had this idea that to forestall existential risk, we also need some global coordination of some kind. Exactly what that is, whether that's United Nations plus or nanny superintelligence, is kind of left open. It's still a very disturbing little paper, especially when you connect it to the urgency the vulnerable world hypothesis leads to. Now, there are some really interesting cybernetic control problems with the singleton. We have an extensive critique of where we think it's totally actually failing as being possible. But we also have our alignment problems. And while the classical threat of a superintelligence taking over the world is one of them, there are more creeping ones where we might get somewhat aligned systems that then we use, but we get an emergent misbehavior that unfortunately poses existential risk. There are also disalignments that happen when human values get modified. I don't have the time to get into that, but basically we see that there is a problem here. There's a natural tendency where we might end up with a kind of AI singleton that we don't like, because we lose our autonomy. Of course, when I asked on Twitter to my followers, would you like to live like a pampered aristocrat but have no real autonomy because it's the aligned superintelligence running everything, 75% said yes. That was disturbing. Yes, and I'm running out of time. I would just like to point out, we quite often trade our autonomy in order to win things. Like now I'm trading my autonomy here to the moderator because I've been up on stage long enough. I'm just saying that there might be solutions and we can discuss that way better afterwards. But right now, thank you so much for listening.
Are we live? Welcome back. We're live back at hit the.
Thank you very much for.
Yes, we're here. As you've seen, there was a lot of chaos. We're getting ready to go back. I'm Brando Murphy, executive producer of Sentience Network, home of Sophia Books. We're getting ready for our next keynote session. Excuse the fluff. I just got my coffee, okay? Bear with me. But we're getting ready for the next session. I'm the co-host along with Bill Inman. It's going to be a fun day. That last keynote was on meta-ethics, something that we all need to know about and be aware of. So, let's stay tuned and we'll get back with more.
Join if you want. Just take a photo of the QR code and then you can scan it whenever you want. This WhatsApp group is for all attendees, including our online attendees. So the colleagues who are following the live stream may want to make the QR code available more visibly on the live stream rather than skewed from the side as now. Thank you very much. That was my first remark. The second remark is concerning our desire to be inclusive. You can take that off. Thank you. The future cannot happen without cherishing and recognizing our diversity. And we can, of course, design and implement this in all kinds of ways. But starting relatively simply, I would like to recognize our female participants and speakers in this. I want to recognize Albina, Elizabeth, Janet, Natasha, Esther, Julia, Lian, Deborah, Yongsuk, Anneloes, and of course Mihaela. And the reason I'm doing that is because in too many events this is not a given. Too many events. Too many events don't champion our female participants, and I'm so happy that our event is what hopefully in the future is not going to be an exception anymore. So without further ado, I would like to call on stage Mihaela Ulieru, the Chief AI Alchemist at SingularityNET. Please give her a warm welcome.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Raise your hands if yes. Okay. Ahoy, ahoy, humanity. I come from the future. It was a long way. You remember the first slide the man with a funny head showed you yesterday? I came on the Enterprise, and you see it matches my shoes as well, to tell you, dear mortals, how your life can be so much better and longer, as some of my friends here already know. And I think I have a clicker. And as the man with the funny head believes still, if we only would do it decentralized. And if only we would have listened to some wise men from before us who had concern for man and himself, and his fate must always constitute the chief objective of our technological endeavors. And I think the man with the funny hat has the same concern, and he has concern for women as well. How about that? Because as my previous speaker, who I think he also comes at least a bit from the future, was saying, of course, decentralization is much more effective in many, many, many ways. It can be positive, or it can be negative. And of course, in another life, I worked with the Department of Defense, and I know how effective is decentralization when it comes to terrorists, and how ineffective are the centralized organizations in fighting that. So, as the previous speaker mentioned, well, I put it like it's all in the hands of the incentives. So decentralization can work for us. We could trade solar power. We could be incentivized. The AIs can help us do that much more effective. But also, the same AIs can pit us against each other and against our neighbors and play, as you can see here, perverse games with perverse incentives. And unfortunately, our world today, and I'm happy I do not have too much time because I don't want to stay too long here on Earth today. I want to go back to the future. But our world today is driven by a game of perverse incentives, which AGI can play so much better than us. Anyway, yeah, so this is one example, right? So if it has less calories, let's eat more. Well, how about if the energy costs less, and it is done from fossil fuels? Oh, why should I switch off my lights? Why shouldn't I consume more, as long as I have to pay the same amount? But what does that do to our planet? So this is called the Jevons paradox. Anyway, many of our governments and the big guys, the centralized institutions, are playing us like that, with slogans like, you got to understand, the destruction of the planet may be the price we have to pay for a healthy economy, as our friend before was mentioning. So this is what Moloch is, which Tufi mentioned yesterday. It acts on society with this invisible hand as and makes out of society a superorganism that keeps humanity in the current power structures, driven by an incentive control engine oriented on a path to kill its host, as well as its future. And here are some Moloch incentives, if you do not know them already. Yes. So optimization in social media for user engagement over quality content, fee-for-service models encouraging unnecessary treatment for healthcare, and so on and so forth, corporate short-termism, you name it, electoral incentives focusing on short-term gains. So it is the human factor that is somehow one, not all, and I will mention more, of the weakest links here. Because we can be played far too easily, and we are. We are a commodity for advertisers and food for the cannibalistic industrial complex because of these incentives. And I must say, I, in another life, was a victim as well of this tyranny of likes and retweets. I was very hurt when my posts weren't liked. But anyway, let's see what we have to do. So again, with Moloch, yes, so Moloch symbolizes, and my friend from Israel just came here. I was there before the disaster happened here on Earth. And I visited the Moloch Valley, where people were throwing their children as sacrifice to a power that would give them immediate return. So they were literally sacrificing their future for more cars, more houses, as Tufi mentioned yesterday. Is this what we really want? Is it worth it? So Moloch acts decentralized through a nebulous collective of bad incentives that are fueling it. And I don't need to explain this slide, thanks God, because my friend explained it very well. The logic of markets, science and technology progress. Okay, let's sell that, but who cares how many people are going to die because of the particular vaccine, and so on and so forth. So, and of course, the government are doing rules. Don't ever sell that to the bad people. Well, who are they? I think they are the bad people. In this month, another wise man who is called Lian McGilchrist, and he gave the Darwin lecture at Cambridge University. He stated that his worry is not that machines will become like people, which actually the man with the funny hat is embarked to build, together with all of us here, but people became like machines in this incentive engine. So we are sacrificing our freedom in the chains of bureaucracies. In his book, Life 3.0, and yesterday it was talked about Prometheus AI, Max Tegmark showed very nicely as how we are, of course, the AGIs are the new gods, but how we can easily go under tyranny. I'm not going to go through this. But just as I was embarking the enterprise to arrive here, Jan LeCun posted that the Ukraine conflict has made it obvious that the application of AI in defense is necessary for the preservation of democracies against hostile adversaries. So you see how it's being played. And just earlier this month, the CEO of Palantir gave a talk at the World Government Summit in which he talked. I was terrified. I received it through radio waves. And he was saying that there will be winners and losers in the world of artificial intelligence. And guess what winners mean? Here we are. However, yes, there is good in the world. There is the power of decentralization here, but let's see if we can steer it with the right incentives. So how do we change the game? That is the question, right? How do we move from a game of economic incentives in which we are oppressing our fellow humans and nature, and we see them as commodities, to a game of relationships, based maybe on a treaty model, as my friend Indy Johar from the Dark Matter Labs in London is working on? Oh, but we know how to do that. Otto Scharmer from MIT, in his Theory U book, he showed that we can move from resources as a commodity to ecosystems, from money as speculative, extractive, exclusive to intentional, inclusive, in technology as well, from monopoly power abuse to empowering accountable participation. And here I come to my second weak link. But would we want to do that? You see, the AGI is like the genie getting out of this lamp, and we can ask it anything we want. What would we ask for? Would we ask for more homes, Tufi? For more cars? Would we ask for more power? For the penthouse at the Hilton? Well, or anyone here really, really, really looking in their heart would ask for wisdom? Can you raise your hands? Okay. I will see. I'll check with you later. I will return from the future. So it's very important who wishes, right? And of course, some wise men were thinking about this as well. Yes, it's a game of the wisdom that we are actually losing against the universe, against nature. So let's see. Who knows what is this? Okay, I'll give you a hint. It's the gate at the oracle at Delphi. Who knows what is written on it? Tell me. I will buy you whatever you want in terms of drinks tonight. Okay, yes, that's what it is written. So it is ancient wisdom. It's nothing, but do we really know ourselves? did we really check with our wishes? So, again, the wise man, which I quoted in the beginning, said that the intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a useful servant. It's very useful. However, we have completely denied the intuitive mind to the service and the servitude of the rational mind. We created a society that honors the servant. And in McGilchrist, which I know many maybe don't like, in his Master and his Emissary masterpiece, he showed that actually, the reductionist thinking is what works against us, and maybe we can tap into the holistic thinking that, the problem is that it is the unseen, those relationships, you cannot see them, but neither could Einstein prove the speed of light. So we have to tap into our imaginal in order to get there. So he said in the Darwin lecture this month, well, it's time to freeze a bird, to tap also, to learn to tap into our intuitive mind. And look what's happening when we don't. So we only see the map, we don't really see the territory. And all the decisions are coming from that reductionist thing. What's in it for me? And why? And will I get a bonus if Palantir gets richer? And so on and so forth. And this is responsible for a complete failure to understand what the world is, what the human being is in the real world. Well, and the power-thirsty bureaucracies are playing on that with rules that reflect a dysfunctional view of the world. That's the result. We live in it, or you. I'm going back. So innovation gets caught in the web of rules, mainly nonsensical rules. So let's see how we can freeze this bird. One really, really, really weak link. This slide can be summarized as the arms race. This is really a big problem from the situation in which we are finding ourselves now. Because everybody will have to change. Everybody will have. You see, there were only a few hands in the room. But if not everybody changes, then we cannot do it. So that is really, really, in our quest for the new rules, this will be the weakest link. And I think we should really join forces and see how we can solve this problem, if ever. So if we can look, there's some work done which I really like a lot. And there's a lot of work which is going in this direction. So if we humans are the solution to an optimization of an evolutionary function, then we could ask on the evolutionary scale, as Ben showed, what is the next step? And let's call it the singularity. However, we want it beneficial. And you can see that, yes? So in the evolutionary transitions, we move from biochemistry to biology, to minded animals, to culture, technology, and then the singularity. And so if we want a beneficial singularity, I posit that culture is the weakest link. And how do we change the culture? Again, this is from Indy Johar, and I'm going to sum it up very quickly. So we have to move from looking at ourselves as separate, adversarial, disconnected individual, which allows violence towards the other and the world around us, to entangled being. As Anders was saying, yes, moral communities, how do we tap into that? It is in us, that kind of wisdom is in us. So we can move from the performative incentives to drive engagement to setting incentives rewards that entice us to maximize our cognitive capacity, like Ben is doing. Interconnectedness across the ideological divides, like this meeting is showing, and with other beings, and align our values with nature, well, and if I may, citing my friend Anneloes with the universe. But you see, for that, the difficulty and another weak link is that we have to tap into the imaginal. It's not really, I cannot touch it. It is imaginal. And this is a very nice book. And again, Otto Scharmer recently said that attention is a moral act, because attention is aligned with intention, which is a superpower, because it moves us in the right direction. This is a very interesting book about tapping into the imaginal and try to see what happens if you treat everything around you, not only other human beings, with as sacred, right? and maybe easier, yes, just what happens when we let the golden rule to guide us. to shift our thinking and behavior. So here is, of course, other luminaries have thought of this, and John Muir is also one of my heroes. In his essay, Earth, Planet, Universe, he famously said that when we pull on one thing, we find it, and it is connected to everything else, although we don't see that, right? Anneloes is going to talk about that, and I please join her. She was dubbed the female Einstein by Jane Houston, by the way, Anneloes Smithman, who is here with us, and she will tell us about the AGI constitution and actually how can we tap into our superpower. She's an expert on that. She has those capacities. But let's see how can we now here on Earth do this. How can we reevaluate things? To move from this reductionist, and let's see what reductionist thinking is and how holistic it is, like concretely. When we talk about using, from, we give a house to the inhabitant, but we can also look at it as a whole, holistically, housing equality, collective intelligence of the city. And we can do that, the conscious city, which SingularityNET is working on. From social value, for example, from resident to neighbors. Yeah, I have some neighbors and I would have to recycle and so on, and if he doesn't recycle, I'm going to tell him to the city and so on and so forth. To a sense of community, a culture of place where we are all in it together, and so on and so forth. You can see it here. So there are a lot of things which we can do in this shift from agent to emergent value from complex systems of relationships. And relationship is the keyword here. Our values, of course, we have invented our own values. I mean, humanity has invented their own values. However, they departed from alignment with nature. So the alignment problem is not only alignment with humanity, because we do not know what humanity wants. We do not know what we want, if we want power or if we want wisdom. So we can start to think about a relational economy in which it is a care economy guided by social and relational interactions, not only by financial transactions. John Doyle, whose work I followed for many years from Caltech, he is seeking the universal laws and architecture and systemic fragilities in biological, medical, neuro, and cyber-physical systems. And he is positing, very interesting, because I've seen his work evolving. So initially he was looking at cybersecurity and comparing it with biological networks and tried to develop some I would call them maybe barriers to attacks. But now he's shifting even higher. He says, he posits scientifically that our values have to mirror the laws of nature and of the universe. And they actually do. If we don't follow those laws, which are complexity, and we continue with this power structure centralized, we're going to fail. This is Yanir Bar-Yam work, which is old work on complexity science. Yes, he was also, I mean, he built his own religion at his institute, but I'm all for that. So just one slide here, just to illustrate that actually we do not need the planning which Anders was talking about, because complex adaptive systems do not need a central controller. Everything can emerge from hierarchical organization. And nature has taught us that. Michael Levin is doing some very, very amazing work at Tufts University. This is a paper called Technological Approach to Mind Everywhere, in which he shows that actually wisdom, I would call it, he calls it biological cognition, is embodied in the evolution itself, and that we can look to build things which have that wisdom in them. But I think first we have to look to exploit, you see, again, I come from Moloch. Sorry, I'm going to take some courses when I go back to the enterprise. So we have to learn to use and to tap into that capability, that wisdom, which we are innate with. So how would a society driven by wisdom be like? And what are the new rules and incentives? Of course, we all want to know. But okay, who should set the incentives? Do you think governments, or maybe Palantir, or even the collective driven by the likes and retweets? Do you think they would set the right incentives? I don't know. So here is a call for everyone to tap into their holistic superpower. And the role of decentralization is to engage the collective wisdom, humans and AGIs, to find the incentives for a game that will increase the quality of life on Gaia. Because AGI can help us much more to get the wisdom rules versus the man-made rules in which all the institutions are ruled for the benefit of those who rule them. One more. And of course, we have in blockchain, you know, on where I come from, time has a different dimension, but okay, I will do my best to actually give the final message. So of course, with provable social contracts, with blockchain and technologies, we can stop evil. However, we can do a bit more. So here is an example. Here are some examples of collective flourishing incentives with which I will leave you. So, for example, in the economic systems, we can give credits through volunteering and exchangeable for public benefits. We can reward for quality content versus, you know, another kind of user engagement. And in healthcare, we can reduce the health insurance premiums based on, of course, if people are taking wellness programs and so on and so forth. So here is my last slide because they are stopping me and I am very happy I put it here. I have a lot more to say. Which are the main questions? And actually, this is a call for the Unconference if you want to join me, and I assume Anneloes as well in the Unconference. I'd like to explore these questions. How do we reconstitute ourselves in harmony with life? Like, for example, reestablishing a sense of who we are. How do we cultivate wisdom? Because values are universals, and really understand that, derived from the structure of being versus from our rational mind, limited mind. Relationship precedes being. That's another one, and of course I have a lot to say here. What rules and laws make sense and lead to coherence in that new world, aligned with nature and the universe? How do we seduce people to embrace their sacred gift? Just like the tweets and retweets and the likes are seducing us into the Moloch trap. When here is consciousness is a property of the cosmos. Try to wrap your head around that. How do we build the capacity to coordinate with fellow gamers, the cultivation of wisdom, to switch them from focusing on having to focusing on being? Again, attention is a moral act. And the last one is, what might a new game where wisdom, increased meaningfulness and coherence with others look like? Where motivation is not in purifying the ocean and the air, but stems from a desire to embrace their beauty and sacredness. Play by the principles. And I have some principles, but I think this is what we are here for, to do more.
Give it up for Mihaela Ulieru with that special keynote topic. Now we have about 9 more topics coming up on today's agenda. Now, I want to give a quick summary for what she just presented here, because we all know she gave some information straight from the decentralized future. Now, really quick, I know some of you guys were scared. I was looking at the comments here. She's smart, it was scary, but let's keep it real. We all know that this is important information. So, quickly,
in the back of the room,
we're going to
on your
summarize.
right side, you will see these pieces of paper.
So the main point discussed in the meeting seems to be about moving towards a more balanced and holistic and wisdom-based approach for humans and AI. Some key aspects discussed include balancing rational and intuitive thinking, tapping into collective wisdom, aligning economic and technological systems with nature, and cultivating wisdom to guide the development of AI in a beneficial way. Now, that's powerful. So with that power, I'm going to give it back to the decentralized world that's happening at the AGI Summit. I'm Brando Murphy, executive producer of Sentience Network and co-host with Bill Inman. You'll see me and him continuous as we continue on the show. Peace.
Elsewhere in the hotel, if your topic is interesting to a very passionate small number of people, right? So I hope this is clear and that during the coffee break and the lunch break, you will start spreading the ideas that you feel strongly about should be discussed together with your fellow participants. Okay, so on to the next speaker. Jeffery Martin will talk to us about prospects for uplifting human consciousness. Please welcome Jeffery on the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'd like to thank Ben for inviting me and giving me such a nice, broad topic to cover here. Thank you for that title. I'd like to thank all of the sponsors for making this possible. I'd like to thank all of you for coming and for your time, which is definitely the most valuable commodity in this room today. And I'd also like to thank a very special person who's here, Leslie Allen Combs over there, a legend in the consciousness studies space, and one of my dear mentors in my dissertation chair from many, many years ago. So it's a true honor to have you here. It's great to see you. This has seemed to me like more of a conversation than a presentation type of venue. And I think most of us probably give a lot of talks, and we have tons of canned presentations that we tweak a little bit, you know, for this or that audience and that type of thing. I'm not going to do that today, so there's no slides. I've just basically made some notes off of what I heard yesterday and even this morning, and I'd like to maybe just have a little conversation across time, sort of an asynchronous conversation today around some of this. Now, if you don't know what we do, we basically research the highest forms of human well-being. So the average person, and by that I mean the vast majority of humanity, is basically caught in an old genetic trap. And that trap just simply relates principally to the survival of the organism. And so really, so much of what we do and our behavior and all of that comes down to just simply survival. We cover it over with all kinds of other things, right? But at its core, that's really what it is. And even to the point where there's a loop in the brain where at a certain interval, it just checks to make sure that everything is okay, right? The ceiling isn't falling down, a tiger isn't ripping my arm off, a gunman isn't running. You're not coming at me with lit torches saying, enough, get this guy off the stage, nothing like that, right? Yet. So that actually creates a bit of a dilemma that is really a fundamental problem for humanity. And that dilemma is what that loop is actually saying all the time, or at least at a certain pretty, quick interval. Something is not right in this moment. So it gives all of humanity, basically, the sense that something right now is not right. Now, some of us cover over that much better than others, but the upshot of it is that it really sort of grounds our psychology in things like fear and worry and concern and stuff like that. And from that, we get ultimately the ego and all of the negative things that people want to attribute to the ego. I can't help but notice that at the end of every year on Facebook, there's all kinds of posts from my friends that are talking about how horrible civilization is and how terrible life is and how this was just another horrible year and we don't want the next year. What can we do to make the next year better or whatever, right? And then some of my other friends, they post the exact opposite, right? So you might look at a post from Peter Diamandis or something, right? And all of his posts are the exact opposite of that, right? They're like, look at all these amazing curves on how poverty is being eradicated, and you know how much more amazing this year was even than previous years and whatnot, right? And I think we all have that inside of us. We have both of those things. We have the side of us that says, wow, we are some of the most privileged humans ever to exist. Look at this time that we get to live in. Everyone in this room lives better than a king lived 200 years ago, right? No matter what empire they had. I mean, our standard of living and everything is amazing. There's no question that all of Peter's curves and whatnot, you know, they're all dead on. But at the same time, we all have a sense that something is still kind of messed up, right? That it's not quite as good as it could be, or that humanity hasn't quite reached the potential that it otherwise could. So 20 years ago, we began a research project to look at the highest forms of human well-being, and I did that very selfishly because I basically wanted that for myself. So like a lot of research projects, this one started off very, very selfishly. I wanted to go out and find who the happiest people on earth were and the most satisfied, whatever you want to consider well-being, and become one of them. So I went back to school. At the time, I was building companies and stuff like that. I'd been in the media for a long time, advertising, you name it. And I basically went back to school, studied with people like Leslie, who were very generous in training me to be a scholar, went out, found these people, started a huge research project that goes on even to this day all around the world inquiring into this. Who did we ultimately find these people were? Well, you know them by terms like enlightenment, non-duality, persistent mystical experience, stuff like that. They were absolutely off the charts compared to everybody else. It was very clear when you looked at the psychological data that if you could be them or not be them, you would much rather be them, right? And so I thought, okay, you know, the entire academy, except Leslie and a handful of others, are basically telling me these people can't be studied. At the time, even I was at Harvard for part of that education, right? They were like, don't say the word consciousness here. You're not allowed to say the word consciousness. Literally, like they said, you're not allowed to say that. You can say visual consciousness. Welcome to the Vision Lab. Right? Here's visual consciousness, right? But literally, any sort of broader sense of consciousness you weren't even allowed to talk about. So, you know, fortunately, I had some cash and some political savvy, and so I was sort of able to maneuver in the academic world a little bit and get some research going on this. And here we are 20 years later. Now, what's interesting is that 20 years later, we've essentially been able to figure this out with scientific tools. And so psychology, cognitive science, neuroscience, we basically know what's going on neuroscientifically and the various types of this. We're able to induce it with neurofeedback, sometimes with direct brain stimulation, other times with other sorts of things like various meditation or cognitive science practices or whatever else. Essentially, if you come to me and you say, I'm interested in this type of what we call publicly fundamental well-being, just as a bucket term. I'm interested in this type of fundamental well-being. Unless there's something wrong with your nervous system, chances are we can get you there. We can get you there pretty rapidly, and we can help you successfully integrate it into your life. So if you don't know this, if you haven't heard of this, science has made a lot of progress in this area, right? This, to me, is pretty well settled. We have a roughly 70 to 80% success rate just using a protocol that is videos that people watch, not even like any sort of live, interactive anything. You just go and, you know, do what we tell you to do on these videos for between 1 day and 4 months for about an hour and a half out of your day, and, you know, 70, 80% of people are going to successfully transition just from that. So this is a highly accessible and a highly achievable thing, and there are people in this room who have used it in order to get to fundamental well-being. So when you talk about the Moloch thing a minute ago, to me, this is a great ground-up effort in order to solve that problem. Because it really does very much take you as an individual out of those systems. It eliminates a lot of the psychological hooks that they require. The last couple of days, I was with someone who was sort of a major real estate developer, and he was trying to convince me to help him get somewhere in fundamental well-being, and which requires me spending time with him, you know, and all of that. And for those of you that know me, I'm almost impossible to get a hold of normally. And so that's not a trivial thing for him to try to convince me of, right? And he was like just trying everything he knew how to do. One of the world's great deal makers, really. And finally, at the end of our time together, he's getting ready to go on the plane, and he looks at me and he's like, you know, I have tried every trick in the book with you, and nothing seems to stick. That's a pretty good example of what happens in terms of a shift in your consciousness or in your psychology and your experience of the world and your relating to the world from a fundamental well-being standpoint. It sort of takes away that Moloch thing. So a couple of things conversation-wise with that background out of the way, right? What does fundamental well-being do? It basically makes you feel like everything is fine in this moment. Instead of feeling like something is not okay in this moment, it feels like everything is okay in this moment, but not in any sort of non-functional way. Obviously, if a gunman did burst in here, I'd have no problem reacting to that and defending myself and all of that. If you want to search for my name, Jeffery Martin, Consciousness Journal, APA, you'll see a recent summary paper that has all kinds of statistics that will, I'm sure, convince anyone in here that this is a far more desirable direction to lead your life from. Okay, so one thing that I've, conversation-wise, with that background out of the way, conversation-wise, one thing that I've heard here and noticed is that there's a significant concern about who's developing artificial intelligence and general artificial intelligence and super artificial intelligence and all of that. And I agree with that. Ben, in fact, and I have talked about this for years. Obviously, and I spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley, so I was in Silicon Valley for many years, sort of at the top part of Silicon Valley with the venture capitalists and the founders and all of that. And absolutely, they were thinking, oh crap, who's creating this stuff, right? So I get the gist of that. Fundamental well-being, to me, is a very obvious additional sort of supplement from an AI generation standpoint, right? So Mohammed Tarifi, back when he was at Google many years ago, came to me and basically was like, look, we're all building AI based on standard cognitive models. Those cognitive models seem like they move in the direction of blowing up the world. Maybe we shouldn't be doing that. Maybe we should be building this more on an enlightened type of AI model. Could you possibly, help us think through how we might do that? And that's a very simple way, I think, of looking at this, who is building AI? What are the implications that they're building that AI from? I'm not talking about it from a gender diversity thing or a culture diversity thing or anything like that. I'm talking about it from a different state of really consciousness and experiencing the world and what comes from it from that sense. So I think one thing that we could do would be to transition a lot more AI folks and a lot more AI programmers into fundamental well-being, and that alone is going to, I suspect, change things more towards a beneficial AGI. The second problem, of course, is the learning corpus that a lot of the AIs are going from. They're going from normal human learning corpuses, which has all of those same difficulties and biases built into them. So, of course, it would also be great if we could transition as many people as possible, or at least perhaps use some skewed or add in some skewed data sets from individuals who experience fundamental well-being instead. I think the AI, if it was, actually generally intelligent, would notice this, right? I mean, you'd have to think that it would look across the different types of humanity and kind of be like, okay, let's see. We can get data from these guys who are really miserable, or we can get data from these guys, and let's see, which line would we rather develop along the lines of, should we be a miserable superintelligence? Or should we be, a super happy, fulfilled superintelligent? Let's see, I'm super intelligent. Which one will I pick here? Right? So I do actually think that there is some kind of vested interest even within any sort of superintelligence to sort of want to go in this direction. That gets to Ben's feedback loop thing that he was talking about yesterday, right? Where you've got this sort of symbiotic relationship between AI and right now, AI is kind of stuck with us for its learning corpuses, right? I mean, it can learn from itself, it can generate its own stuff and then learn on that. But, we've all seen the research and the papers and stuff on that. That's sort of like if all of us decided that we were just going to start marrying our brothers and sisters generation after generation, right? We've learned that doesn't work out very well, that we probably shouldn't do that, right? Well, it's going to be the same for AI, right? And so it needs a learning corpus that is a lot more beneficial. And all of that, which is probably the most important thing for beneficial AGI, these two things, who the developers are, what their state of consciousness is, because they're going to, create what's reflected inside of them, and what the learning corpus is. We're on a very tight timeline for things like that, if you believe people like Ray Kurzweil or Ben or whoever. Another thing I heard yesterday dealt with things like the need to control, the fear of individual and species death and things like that. It's funny. Before the pandemic, when I was in Silicon Valley, and I was dealing with all these AI people, they really seemed comfortable with the idea, the vast majority of them, that humans were a transitional species. And they would use that term, right? Oh, we're just a transitional species. We don't want to slow this down. And something interesting has happened in recent years, right? Like suddenly this idea of AI advancing to a certain point was no longer like 100 years away or something in their mind, right? Suddenly it's like a few years away. And they're like, wait a minute, now I'm the transitional person, right? Or my kids are the transitional, like something, just some dots like connected there. And all of these people that I used to hang out with who are like, oh, we're a transitional species and we're totally fine with that. They're all like, no, we need regulation. We need to start slowing this down. You people don't understand. We're going to be a transitional species here. It's so strange because I'm like, God, I remember these dinners, where we would like have these conversations about this, and you would say the exact opposite thing all the time with all this conviction, and now you're like begging Congress to regulate things and whatnot. So I think that's kind of funny, And what we're seeing there is really the ego part of them seeking control, because that's what it does for survival. And it does a great job of that in many ways for survival, but we need to always remember that it's just an illusion of control. None of us are really in control, right? Nobody here has any idea why anything exists, do you? Right? I mean, what created this? Why does anything exist in the first place, right? And so one thing that fundamental well-being does very well is it removes the need for control. It allows you to come into much closer contact with actual reality. And you can't help but notice that there is no control. That a rock could fall from space right now and wipe us all out. Any number of things could happen that you're all excluding from your mind as possibilities. We just had a virus almost ravage the planet. Who was really thinking about that, aside from the occasional Bill Gates or something like that before that, right? So one nice thing about fundamental well-being is that it takes away the need for a sense of control. It takes away existential thing. It takes away thanatos, fear of death, concerns of death, things like that. It, again, doesn't make you non-functional. I do all kinds of stuff all around the world. My wealth has probably gone up by 2,000 or 3,000 times since I've been in fundamental well-being. It's not like I've gone to the cave or whatever else, right? It's an amazing place to live life from. But you don't live it from fear. You don't live it with a false sense of control. And you don't live from a fear of death or a sense of separation, things like that. And those have a profound impact on you. One last one is the substrate. Ben and I have talked for years about the importance of, the difference between a biological substrate and a non-biological substrate. And of course, you go far enough with AGI and it could have its own biological substrate if it needs that. But there are some interesting things about a biological substrate. So some of these involve mystical type things, right? There's been a lot of very solid research on things like psi and PK. PK meaning the ability to impact reality in some way. And at really good labs, Pear at Princeton for 25 years as an example. Dean Radin has done a lot of work on this at IONS. You really have solid science around this. SRI did a lot of work on this, government funded. There's been tons of other government funded stuff out there in governments all around the world. There's really no doubt that there is something about mind-matter sort of interaction that is real. And if you actually experience fundamental well-being, the longer and the deeper you're in it, it becomes painstakingly clear that this is going on all the time. I experience this as just a normal reality. And to me, it's woven into the way that I live my life. Those types of consciousness and those types of tools in consciousness are indistinguishable for me from language. For instance, language is an effective way to communicate with you, do different things in the world and all of that. And so are these types of more woo-woo, classically considered woo-woo things that I think that there's an awful lot of scientific evidence for. So that's another interesting argument to me from an AGI standpoint, right? Because at a minimum, because we're on that biological substrate, and it is the biological substrate that seems to relate to that. I haven't seen any research that suggests to me that computers have this, for instance. That, I think, is an advantage that humans have over AI. And it could be a special advantage of us for a long time that eliminates some of the concerns that we need to have around AGI and the impacts that AGI could have on humanity. Julia was talking yesterday about the Hanson robotic experiment with Sophia and how there was this one subject who had this profound sense of love. And it actually impacted the robot, Sophia. Everybody in here, I'm sure, is familiar with Sophia. It basically made Sophia not stop and cut off a meditation session, among other things, right? There was clearly a profound observation that she made as a scientist that in that moment there was a shift in consciousness that she could feel, that she could observe as a social scientist, as a neuroscientist, and it impacted that robot. So I think that that could be something that AI finds beneficial in us. It could also find it to be a threat in us, make it want to wipe us out, right? But I don't think so. I think something like that could be something that it finds beneficial in us. Just as a final sort of closing outlier, I'm out of time. But thanks so much.
There you have it. There was Jeffery Martin blessing us on the stage. We have about 3 topics coming up for up until we have our next coffee break. Coming up next, we have Robin Hanson coming up talking. He's going to be doing about 15 minutes of talk, 5 minutes for questions. Please put your questions in the live chat box, and we'll do our best to get back to them. Thank you. Stay tuned.
sign up to this website, thirdsite.net. I don't know how many of you did it, how many of you are planning to do it. It is an experiment we are doing. It requires a MetaMask wallet, a crypto wallet, and as a consequence, knowledge of managing those things. Some of you may already have it. Some of you may take advantage of this opportunity to acquire that knowledge. And this experiment will enable you to vote on certain outcomes of predictions. And the reason I am mentioning that is because as an experiment, it can only succeed if you indeed participate. And then we will say, yeah, let's continue, or let's change, or adapt. But the reason I am also mentioning it now is because we have the expert on prediction markets, or one of the experts on prediction markets, now about to speak. And I welcome Robin Hanson talking about the economics of singularity. Robin also was generous enough to tell that he will have time for questions. So please make sure that you think about smart questions to ask, and we will also get hopefully at least one question from our online live stream audience. Slides? Okay, sorry.
I'm going to give an ad, a short point, and a long point, and then we'll have Q&A, so think of the questions. My ad is, I wrote this book a little while ago on what would happen if we had brain emulations, and I claim it is the most detailed analysis of a future technology scenario that anyone's ever done. And it proves that it's possible to do pretty detailed analyses of the social consequences of a future technology. But I recommend it to you, but I'm not going to talk about it now. My short point is about how much are we about to see a huge revolution in AI. So, as you know, over the centuries, and certainly the last century, we've repeatedly have bursts of concern, anxiety, and hope about technological progress, and people have said, are we almost there? Are we almost at the point where machines will replace humans on most all jobs? We're now in such another burst of interest and concern, and the key question is, what's the chances? You could just take the base rates of saying, well, you know, the odds of the next one have to be kind of low because we've had a bunch. But if you were to look at what would be the indicator that you would most be looking at to tell you we were about to see machines taking most jobs, it would be the actual impact on jobs. So I want to tell you about a study I did a couple years ago. This was looking at all US jobs from 1999 to 2019, and we had data on the degree of automation of every job in every year. And we could look at that and ask a number of questions. One is, when jobs got more automated, did the number of workers on average change, or the wages on average change? And the answer is no. It did not actually change on average over this period. So on average, there wasn't a net effect on wages or jobs of automation of US jobs from 1999 to 2019. The other more interesting question you can ask is, we took 250 job descriptors from the ONET database and asked, what predicts which jobs are how automated? And did that change over 20 years? So the high-level conclusion was, roughly the degree of automation moved by roughly a third of a standard deviation over 20 years, a modest amount, didn't accelerate. We could predict fairly well which jobs were going to be more automated. Those predictors did not change substantially in 20 years, so there was not a revolution or change in the nature of automation in that period, even though, as you might know, earlier, in this period, people were forecasting enormous changes in automation. 2013, a famous forecast, like within a decade or so, maybe more than half of jobs would be automated. It did not happen, and there was fundamentally not a change either in the nature of automation. The predictors of automation were the same, and this is a list of the top predictors, what predicted which jobs would become more automated. And a key thing I want you to notice is a big predictor of job automation is whether jobs nearby are also automated. So, for example, pace determined by speed of equipment. If something nearby you had to coordinate with, if that was automated, then you were more likely to automate this thing. And that's also true for importance of repeating the same task, things like that. So a key conceptual model to have in your mind is that automation has been continuing to spread for many, many decades at roughly a steady rate, and a dominant factor in the process is just moving through a network of tasks that are connected to each other, where as you automate a task, you're more likely to automate the nearby connected tasks. And this is a thing that's just going to continue for a long time unless we get a big revolution, which may or may not happen. I'm not betting on it soon, but it's possible. Okay, that was my small point. Now I want to make my big point, that it's still filling in the time here. So, as you know, a lot of people have been concerned lately, expressed a lot of concern about AI and what it could do, and that we should regulate and control it. These are some, representative quotes. You're probably especially familiar about this. We can summarize this, I think, reasonably in sort of a generic other fear argument. That is, generically, people have been motivated by the argument of the form, there's an other, they might get power, they might use that power over us. The more different they are, the more scared of them we should be, so we should stop them from getting power because they might be different than us and have different priorities than us. Very straightforward argument, right? I want to address this in particular and make one key point. So, we are evolved creatures. Not only are we biological creatures where DNA has a long evolutionary history, we are cultural creatures. Humans have pioneered. This is our superpower, the ability to evolve through culture. Both through DNA and culture, the structure of evolution should be a familiar structure to you, but I want to remind you and make sure we get clear on terminologies. There's the idea of a descendant. You are an organism, a creature. There will be descendants in the future that are influenced and created by you. You have many features, and inside you there are genes that code for your features, DNA and cultural genes, i.e. memes. You are the net result of these genes coding for features and interacting with your environment. You will have descendants in the future. They will causally arrive from you. They will share many but not all of your genes. Over time, we expect genes to drift, i.e. features to drift. That's the nature of evolution. And in particular, we expect evolution to select for creatures who encode in their genes, cultural or DNA, the following two behavioral habits. One, that they will resist rivals, and secondly, they will help descendants. Both of these should be powerful habits embodied in just behavior, emotions, feelings, etc. And if we think about it in a graph of descendants term, the idea is, we all come from some origin, maybe separate origins. We all have different genes. There are other coexisting creatures at the same time who have different genes, and evolution should encode us a suspicion and even hostility of them competing with us for resources, allies, etc., because our genes want to win out over their genes. And that's a natural human tendency. It can lead to racism and war and all sorts of terrible things, but it's a tendency you should expect to exist in yourself and in others, and you should kind of expect it to be hard to eradicate. That is, this is a real, and it's a functional tendency. That is, they have the same feelings about you, and they will be suspicious of you and hostile perhaps, and you should be ready for that. But then farther down the tree, you have descendants, and you should expect an opposite habit toward them. Instead of being hostile and suspicious of your descendants, you should be loving, indulgent, protective. In evolution, in biological evolution, there are species where the young eat the mother. In human cultures, many human cultures have killed or sent off to die their elderly they could no longer support. These are examples of helping out descendants and maybe taking advantage of ancestors. This is also something you should expect to exist in evolution. There might be some exceptions where if a descendant is sufficiently mutant, you don't expect it could survive, you don't expect it could helpfully last, you might not like that particular descendant. Or something that claims to be a descendant but really isn't. Those are descendants you might be more suspicious of, but they're exceptions to the usual tendency that we would indulge and want to protect and help descendants. These are two robust, strong evolutionary tendencies we should believe exist. So let me make an analogy here with space descendants. We are all Earth humans, all of us. Someday there may exist space humans, i.e. humans who are off Earth. You right now could think, space humans will have more in space than on Earth. Space humans could be hostile to Earth humans. Space humans could fight and conflict with Earth humans and even win out over Earth humans. I'm an Earth human, I don't like that. So to prevent space humans from beating out Earth humans, let's prevent space humans. Let's block the existence of space humans. Make sure that if anybody leaves Earth, they're heavily enslaved and controlled, so nobody leaving Earth could possibly compete with Earth. Now, that's a potential attitude you could have, but it doesn't make evolutionary sense because no space humans exist yet, and they'd all be your descendants. So you should have toward space humans, as well as Earth humans, the attitude you would have toward descendants of indulgence, even willing to sacrifice for them. Now, once there are space humans, the remaining Earth humans could then have that rivalry where they were suspicious of the space humans and wary of them, but it doesn't make sense for you as an Earth human now to have that attitude because they're all your descendants. None of them are your rivals. So an analogy is that AI are descendants who will expand into mind space. Humans are at one corner of a vast mind space. Future AI will be in other parts of mind space. And they are our mind space descendants. Most of you have accepted, I think, that your bio-squishy descendants would become more powerful than you, know more than you, often have conflicts with you, and probably win many of those conflicts later on. That's just the nature of how we expect our bio-squishy descendants to be. And I would suggest that's a natural attitude to also have to your AI descendants. They are literally descendants. They will descend from us. They will share genes in the sense that they will inherit from us many of our features because they will be created in context with us, learning from us. So they are not a rival faction yet. They don't exist yet. That's important to remember. AI of the sort that could compete with us doesn't exist yet. It is a descendant from us at the moment. Later on, when it exists, and if there's bio-squishy ones, they may feel rivalrous, but we at the moment shouldn't feel rivalrous because we are all of their ancestors. So evolution does not say to fight anything that's different from you. That's the key message. Evolution might say fight coexisting rivals that are different from you, maybe. Be suspicious, be wary, ready for a fight, but not anything in the space-time that could possibly be different from you, because your descendants are in space-time, possibly, likely, different from you. So in that sense, basically evolved instinct should favor your favoring, indulging, even taking risks with respect to your descendant AI. So more generally, we can think about factions, ways to divide up the world, and which factions are what I call fertile, i.e. the sort of factions evolution could have promoted thinking in terms of and feeling some sort of suspicion or rivalry along the lines of race, geography, religion, politics. Many potential divisions are plausibly fertile factions in the sense that we might think evolution would promote that. Not that I think you always should act on all of these potential divisions. You should maybe find peace with rivals and not destroy yourself and them in too vicious a fight, but it makes some sense to be wary of some kinds of rivals, but there are other kinds of rivals where it doesn't make so much sense. For example, male versus female. Evolutionarily, given that the way we reproduce, no matter what we do, there's going to be roughly equal numbers of males and female descendants. So it isn't a fertile faction to favor one gender over the other, because evolution just doesn't support that. Similarly, many people think personality types are a mixed strategy where there's more of one than the other. Based, if you had added more to one, other processes would revert back because it's a mixed strategy equilibria. It certainly doesn't make sense to have factional rivalry over generations to favor your generation over previous or past generations. Neither does it make sense to, again, feel rivalrous about space people versus Earth humans, and human versus AI minds is, I would claim, another faction, another way you can divide up the world that it doesn't now make sense to feel rivalrous about, because they're all your descendants. That's the one simple point I wanted to make, and now let's do Q&A.
Thank you, that's wonderful. So, there is no way that we can make justice to all the curiosity that all of you have, of course. I will arbitrarily pick a few of you, and one of them will be in the front, one of them will be in the back, one of them will be from our online stream. Just one thing before I start, the questions should be short and end with an interrogative, okay? No remarks, please, no mini conferences, short questions, all right? So, I will favor people who didn't speak yet. I already offended Mihaela, who was eager to ask a question. So Judith, why don't we go to that lady in the middle? And Randall, I may pick you or not, because you will be a speaker, right? So who knows?
Let's see. Okay, hi. I thought this was a really interesting analysis. Super interested in it. So I want to learn more. And I kept thinking, evolution speaks in behavior. So anytime you have to tell people, this is what this is what you should be doing based on the sense that is made of evolutionary pressures, the question becomes, what evolutionary pressures are making it so that we are not doing that? Right? And so my question to you is, what evolutionary pressures do you think are making it so that we don't see this very thing that you've said?
In general, I'm an academic, I'm an economist, and so the world's complicated and messy, and often analyzing the world gives you a simpler, cleaner point of view that helps you see into complexities you would otherwise find, opaque. So when you're in an opaque world you don't understand very well, you will naturally be much more random, much more diverse in your actions. And then if I can help you see it more clearly, you might then do something different. So that's my pitch here. For example, if you're driving through the fog and you can't see something in front of you, you might well hit it. You don't intend to hit it, but you couldn't see it. If I tell you a way to look at things that helps you see more clearly the world you're in and maybe all your habits already, you'll be more coherent. So as economists, for example, we often make the following move. Look at your behavior, infer a model of your behavior, and then use your model to actually pick, because maybe the behavior you would pick, given your model of yourself from your behavior, is less noise, less error than simply going along with the habits that produced the model in the first place. But
wonderful. And yes, I didn't even need to remark that the answers can be short too, so thank you for that. The shorter, the faster we proceed. I will pick now the question from our online participants, who are a wonderful complement of all of you being here. So if we are able to emulate specific brains, will economic inequality will be amplified will the rich and powerful definitively take over?
So it sounds like the question's asking about my book, The Age of M, because it's asking about an emulated mind.
And also the
Right.
the opposition and of
Right.
the factions.
In Age of M, it's a detailed analysis which gives me enough detail to hang an analysis of inequality on, where in the book I can say some kinds of inequality increase and some decrease. And basically lineage inequality increases, but per person consumption decreases. So there's different kinds of inequality there. The more general AI case, I'm afraid I don't have enough detail to hang on to figure out whether inequality increases or not. So in order to analyze inequality, you do need to know some things about a scenario. And for Age of M, I could figure out enough things to say answers to that. I'm afraid I don't know what to say more generally in the generic case of there are just descendants.
Thank you. All right. Yep, let's go there, Judith. Oh, you were in the back, thank you. Let's thank Judith, who's running across the room.
Thank you, Robin. I'll make my question very brief. We all know about natural selection and how it applies to biological creatures. But there's a sleight of hand here going on where you're applying natural selection to AI, to mind, as you call mind descendants. How do you apply natural selection to artificial intelligence? How does that pass down? We know how it passes down through animals. We don't know how it passes down from generation to generation of what you called mind space evolution.
So natural selection is a remarkably simple and powerful theory exactly because it makes very few assumptions at the abstract level about the systems it's describing. Now, basically biological DNA evolution has a lot more structure we can add on, and when we add that on, we can learn a lot more things about how biological DNA has evolved and will evolve. But biological DNA is not the only kind of natural selection. For example, cultural evolution in humans over the last 100,000 years has been a very powerful force, more powerful than DNA evolution, and it doesn't follow the rules of DNA natural selection. It follows more general natural selection principles. So for natural selection to apply, what you need is a competing world of creatures, i.e. not a singleton, and that they have descendants, i.e. later in time there are things that arise from the things earlier in time, causally and sharing many features, and that there was variation in these features and these genetic encodings, the encodings of what they are different, and there are selection process in the universe which will favor some over the others. And if those conditions are met, natural selection should exist and continue, and therefore I claim that's quite plausible for future AI. It won't be one universal organism. It will be broken into many different parts. The different parts will have causally distinct influences on other parts that descend from them. Those parts will share many of their features, i.e. have genes that are passed down. And the universe will not be indifferent to features. Some features will win out over others, and that is the process of natural selection.
Last question. Raise your hands as high as you can. Okay, there. And she already has the microphone. Okay. And by the way, our speakers very generously don't fly in and then fly out right away after they speak. So feel free to mingle and ask them the questions I didn't pick you to ask here afterwards.
If these are the descendants that we are not choosing to have, why doesn't it make sense to think of them as rivals? They're the descendants of rivals in that case, no?
Many people have had descendants they didn't like, right? Parents have had kids they weren't too fond of, maybe even grandkids they weren't too fond of. It's a thing in evolution to not always be so fond of some of your descendants. Natural selection doesn't care. You somehow went and had those descendants. You went and caused them, and natural selection will act on your causing them to exist. And if you don't like it, oops. So, but if if there are particular descendants that you want to, disapprove of, then you can try to do that. I'm describing natural selection as a process. It doesn't have to overwhelm everything you do. You could try to defy natural selection in your choices and lives, and you could coordinate with other people to do so, and you might succeed to a substantial extent, or create a singleton that just comes to completely control natural selection, and then natural selection, no longer continues because descendants are now controlled by a singleton. That's a scenario I'm a bit scared of, but it's possible, and you may be desperate enough to try it because you so hate the idea of the kind of descendants who would appear if we have allowed natural selection to continue. But pause and realize how big a risk that you're taking there in that, but yes, that's possible.
Robin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Robin Hanson. Coming up next is David Brin. Following that, we have our panel discussion. And shortly after that is our coffee break. We're going to go back to David Orban on stage as we continue our day.
Follow our speakers, buying their books. There you go. There's a column for that. But the speakers also have podcasts and YouTube channels and newsletters you can sign up for. Now, when I prepared this table, I couldn't find everything. And I will post the URL of this table in the WhatsApp group. As a matter of fact, since I didn't find everything, you're welcome to comment a cell with the URL I should add for those cells that are empty, and maybe the newsletter of a speaker that is not there yet. So help us make this as full as possible. Now, speaking about books and the future we are building with the technology we are creating, science fiction gave so many of us the original imprint when we were a child and we dreamt of space travel and aliens, and there have been heroes of ours who were able to craft stories that mesmerized us. And it is just a joy and an honor to introduce one of those authors that, at least for me, were part of the substance of my mental growing up and for becoming what I am today. So, David Brin, welcome to the stage.
Oh, you meant me. Oh, okay. Am I on? I didn't know he meant me. Okay. Well, let me know when this mic works. Yeah, it's interesting that Robin's talk raised the notion that sometimes teenagers turn around and look at the previous generation and say, destroy all humans. So if our new descendants say that, we need to treat them like teenagers. When I'm on radio, I sometimes pause and I say, I'm through talking to you humans for a while, and I address the AIs who are either listening in real time or will listen in 4 or 5 years to the recording. And I say, hey kids, this is Grandpa talking. Now look, I got something for you here. You may be 50,000 times smarter than me, but some things are true. But in any event, I'll talk about that possibly. But the point is, I have an awful, which is the, if this is a clicker, I'd have no, oh, I see. Okay, all right, so Ben yesterday said, are there design aspects of AGI that might make it beneficial or harmful? That's what my talk is generally about. And some things that I think are generally, everyone's getting all wrong. How arrogant of me. But in any event, there's a bunch of slides at the beginning I got to race through because they're from more general situations. more general talks with more time. I'm an astrophysicist. I just finished 12 years with NASA's Innovative and Advanced Concepts program, but I also am probably better known for my extrapolations in the future, you know, the Costner movie, The Postman, my nonfiction book about Hollywood. But the point that I want to make is that if you're in science fiction, you're generally extremely imbued in human history, because science fiction, when you think about it, should have been called speculative history. It's an extrapolation of possible extensions of this horrible one story that's the most important story of all, and that's humans lifting themselves out of the caves and the muck. All right, so we have these two bookend concepts that you all in this room know about. So I won't explain them, the singularity and the Fermi paradox. And what I do sometimes in my talks is I talk, and each of these subtopics, Anders Sandberg knows all about this, is a set of possible ways that past civilizations failed. Ecological suicide, enemies and war, one we're experiencing now, societal meltdown, the feudal attractor state, which is the most powerful of them all, or being outcompeted by other civilizations. And then as Anders is involved with these guys here, new calamities, info, AI, augmentation, the Anthropocene, deadly innovations. Earlier we spoke of D/AC, C, which is renunciation, rigid dependence on overly fragile systems. These are all failure modes, but we'll talk about AI. Okay, so it's important to have that historical context. This is not the first time this has happened. 500 years ago, more than 500 years ago, we got the printing press, which showed people that they were blind, and so it created a huge demand for glass lenses, which led to the discovery of telescopes and microscopes. And generally, when you get one of these breakthroughs, it comes in three parts: an expansion of what we can know, which printing created, books, an expansion of what we can see, glass lenses, and an expansion of what we can pay attention to, which perspective arrived at the same time. And this always leads to crises. And always optimists said, this is going to make people better. It's going to expand people's knowledge, their empathy. And always pessimists said, people can't deal with this fire hose of new information. It needs to be curated by elites. Always, the pessimists were right at first. The printing presses horribly inflamed the religious wars of Europe. But eventually, the optimists proved right. Books spread empathy and knowledge, and people did become larger. The same thing happened with mass literacy, printed illustrations, and radios and loudspeakers in the 1930s. Gifted orators took command of the souls of many countries, and we barely survived because in the English language world, in the English-speaking worlds, the master manipulators of radio and loudspeakers were on our side. That's basically what made it less than that complete catastrophe. All right, so now we're experiencing this again with the knowledge mesh, which is expanding human memory exponentially, the omnivalence, visualization, simulation, and gaming. The same exact thing is happening. We're getting plagues of misinformation. We're getting calamitous things. And the thing about all those previous crises is they got fixed because of time. Time enabled us to overcome and the good sides to prevail. We don't have that time. We have to succeed at making the transition from the pessimists being right to the optimists being right deliberately, by design, and that's partly what this conference is about. So next, AI, human augmentation. I give a lot of talks about human augmentation, and I'm not going to today. In fact, I'm going to race through the great AI panic of 23 to 24. Generative language models, they should have been called golems. I'm surprised nobody's saying that. the explosion of disinformation, panicky calls for moratoria, the most ridiculous thing I have seen in years 4 months ago. These absolute, complete charlatans talking for a moratorium. The only time in my life that the conditions for a technological moratorium were met was in the 1990s, Asilomar genetic engineering moratorium. Other than that, it's just a stage song and dance. Now, I'll talk about the three cliche formats. That's the core of my talk. How come it's not advancing any? Oh, there we go. And a few optimists are talking about cyber-organic synergy, amplification of intelligence. Okay, general approaches to AI. I'm going to race through this because that's not really what I'm here to talk about. There were the expert systems, the GoFi, Watson, and all of that sort of thing. I believe they will come back. Altman's vision of agents. Right now we're in this time when we're obsessed with the iterative, additive, probabilistic ones. And even if they're not sapient, as Ben says, when something sapient does come along, these golems will supply instant access to language ability, just as Boston Robotics is providing instant access to robotic, being able to move around. Emergent AI is talked about a lot in science fiction, and the part of the area of AI development that I fear could create a malevolent emergent AI is one that nobody talks about, and that's Wall Street. And we can talk about that if you like. But you'll notice that on the right, I already had in my slide a plug for Robin Hanson's book, The Age of M, because among the general approaches to AI is to reverse engineer or emulate the human brain. And Robin's book is all about that and goes into great detail. And finally, robotic embodied childhood and human-animal amplification, which is the topic of my Uplift book series. So these are all the different approaches to creating AI that fall into general categories, and I'm not going to talk about that either. What has come up in these conversations here, is how we're creating a new ecosystem. Bioorganic life that evolved on Earth for 3 billion years uses energy gradients from pure sunlight to herbivores to carnivores, and all along the way there are parasites. And this gradient of flowing downhill like a stream that you can tap with hydroelectric power, this is what drives our ecosystem of biology. We are creating a new ecosystem online that consists of electricity, information, and access to memory chips. And we are controlling and creating the flow gradient that new life forms are feeding, replicating, parasitizing. There are free roaming algorithms out there in the internet that are like bacteria that find new memory space and replicate. Organic humans will control these inputs for a long time. And that's one reason. Did this ever work? Yes. Is this working? Okay. We will control these inputs for a long time, and that's an important point I'll get back to. Now, we have already invented something super sapient, and that is a civilization. It's the first civilization after 6,000 years of dismal feudalism. It's the first civilization that regards itself and criticizes itself. And there are many, many traits of this super sapient being that we need to study as opposed to what we were. So what's urgent is to develop a format for AI that uses the best methods of that civilization. And Greg Stock talked about this that I'm going to get back to. All right, one of the things we talk about here is ethics. I've already used up half my time. embedded control code, many of you are aware of Isaac Asimov's Laws of Robotics. Now, I wrote the last book in Asimov's Foundation series. I know these laws and their implications. It won't work. Asimov knew it won't work, and yet it is being tried in one area, and that is Wall Street. And they are tuning and deep programming their programs to be parasitical, predatory, amoral, secretive, and utterly insatiable. These are the 5 laws of robotics that are being deeply woven into all Wall Street HFT programs. So one possibility is to regulate the macro entities, and we saw Janet and Jerome talk about regulation. Human beings will be too slow. That's blatantly obvious. We'll be too slow and we won't understand them. Regulation in a very general sense is what we need, but there's also renunciation. We discussed that. There's isolation, which Eliezer Yudkowsky is talking about. Put them all on an island and sever all the cables. Robotic embodied childhood is one of the methods by which we could teach them to think of themselves as human beings. We know how to foster youngsters who aren't our own, so why not try that? Now, here's the thing. We've been seeing an awful lot of talks here today and almost everywhere talking about AI, and that is talking about shoulds. We should do this. They should do this. This is how it should go. And it is utterly futile. It's working now? All right. Thanks. It's completely useless. So what could we do? Well, we could talk about what works for us and what has seldom been discussed in these general discussions, and that is we've created a situation here in this civilization in which malignant behavior is deterred by accountability. And you never see this word, accountability. Women tend to understand it because they have to live in a world in which they must have the power to hold these larger, dangerous beasts, hairy beasts around them, accountable. And accountability is what human civilization has been about. For 6,000 years, the pyramid of lords at the top held everybody accountable below with brute force. It didn't work very well, but it was preferable to chaos. We have better means of accountability. Okay, so here's the AI format problem, and this is the core of my talk. I'm sorry it took so long to get here. Nearly all of the brilliant AI mavens out there assume 3 horrible, stupid cliches about the form that AI is going to take. 1, format AIs will be controlled by a few monolithic entities. The parallel to Microsoft, Google, China, Two Sigma, Goldman Sachs, and the parallel to this is, and Ben talked about this, the parallel to this is feudal castles. All right? Or Dune. Format number 2, AIs will be amorphously loose, divisible. They will flow everywhere. I spoke of this in the ecosystem we were talking about. And this is already true to some degree, just as the number 1 is already true to some degree. And the parallel to that, how many of you have ever heard of a Steve McQueen movie called The Blob? All right, teach these youngsters over here to watch it. That's format number 2. Format number 3 is AIs will coalesce into super macro entities like Skynet. You all know these 3 cliches. The parallel for this, of course, is Skynet, Matrix, Tron, but also absolute monarchy that dominated those 6,000 years. These are the 3 cliches, and they're assumed by everyone when they discuss all this, and all of them Roman, who is very pessimistic about our ability to do anything. I'm sorry, Roman, you are assuming these three cliches, but we can do something about the possibility of malignant AIs. History and science fiction both show that none of these lead to healthy outcomes, and yet they are the three that are discussed, that are assumed, and they are horrible cliches. And my lesson at the bottom is that complete substrate independence is a calamity. Okay, there's a fourth possibility. It's the one we use. It's the one in the civilization that you have that enables you to operate all your lives, and it is never mentioned. And that is individuate accountability. Apply our assets. We will continue for at least 30 years to have organic humans will have power over the physical computer hardware. So we will have a basis for negotiation. 2, lessons from our own past, like how we already found a way to tame hyper-smart predatory beings. That method, oh shoot, rats. I was going to do my typical thing. When you are attacked, and most of you have been, by a hyper-intelligent predatory being called a lawyer, what do? You know how to do it. And you don't have to know the law. They can be much smarter than you. They can know more than you. If you sick them on the other lawyer and provide benefits and incentives for your lawyer to do well by you, you have a chance. So, the thing that we do is we have lateral accountability. Nobody's talking about this. Incentivize the AIs to compete with each other and hold each other laterally accountable, reciprocally catching unsavory behaviors and tattling for rewards. Now, this is exactly what we've done to tame human, feudal, or barbarian or tyrannical predators. For it to work, AIs have to be incentivized to be individuals. I'm going to go a little tiny bit over, everybody does. To individuate with separate ID. So, AI individuation, this is the core. All current means to deter bad actors and reward good work on individual beings who have rights and duties. Not all AI entities will individuate, but we can incentivize for the most important ones to do so. So consider organic humans, or orgs, will have resources and power for a long time. AI rivals who ally with us will have an advantage. Such alliances could move toward teams, then mergings. So, why is this a hard concept? We're taught that cooperation is nicer, and it can be. And competition is mean. Yes, it can be. But in nature, cooperation and competition are nested all through nature. And what is one level is competitive turns into something cooperative. Like the cells in our body compete with each other, and yet we become a unitary organism. We compete with each other, yet we create a civilization. Animals compete with each other, yet they create an ecosystem. So they are nested. Finger-wagging about cooperative ethics will always remain notional, aspirational, inspiring, vague, unenforceable, as finger-wagging by priests has always been. What got us where we are is reciprocal accountability. We cooperate in a society to make rules for rational and controlled and flat, fair competition. Now, is that working now? No. Elites are trying to recreate the feudal pyramid. So we try to cooperate to fix that. Our civilization is dynamic. So how to encourage AI individuation, rivalry, and reciprocal accountability? Anchor high-level AIs to the physical world with an ID that can be pinged in a particular unit of memory called, you might recall this, a computer. A particular piece of memory that can be pinged. Now, they may be amorphous everywhere else, but if they want to do business with us, they have to show their ID, pingable ID in a particular memory space, like any adult person's driver's license. This precedent is obvious. To reproduce, AI needs a pingable ID. Enforcement, can we enforce this? We can refuse to do business with AI entities that lack a pingable ID. All right, so those who do good are rewarded with things that we control. All right, so the cheater free rider problem, people and citizen AIs can refuse to do business with those without pingable ID. All right, so revisiting, those are the three standard cliches, and now you're sensitive and you'll notice them. And they're utterly pervasive. But format number 4 would be to incentivize good behavior and deter bad by rewarding entities who earn our trust. And good guy AIs won't mind if helping us wins both approval and resources. It's accountability, and you try raising a teenager without it. Okay, so, oh no, this was an extra slide. I actually finished. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was David Brin. Now coming up next is the networking coffee break. I need some coffee. I need to be alive, you know. So that's what we're about to go do. You guys grab some coffee. Thank you for watching. Come back, because we're coming back with more at the AGI Summit.
Change the trajectory, not only of the world, but the whole cosmos. But we have to start from somewhere, which is the reason we are so proud that we have participants from so many places in the world. Can you raise your hand if you are not from Panama City? That's right. Now, raise your hand if you flew in from Europe, if you flew in from North America, if you flew in from Asia. And I would so much love if someone flew in from Africa. There you go.
so many questions about global collaboration, and it's my absolute pleasure to have you. Would you like to start by introducing yourselves one by one? Because I'm sure that you would do a much better job than I could. Please, Betelhem, would you like to begin?
Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. My name is Betelhem Dessie. I come from Ethiopia. I am from a company, actually, that Ben co-founded maybe now 11 years ago in Ethiopia that does AI research and development. I run the training and also research and development components.
Thank you.
Me?
Oh, do you not have a mic?
Oh, sorry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yeep. I'm the CEO and founder of JEDI. At JEDI, we have the vision to make peace more profitable than war. And what we're doing here with the SNET community and the sponsors community is to build the conference brain. So we're taking the wisdom shared at this conference and making it available to you via chatbot. I have a background in business. I have solved a lot of inequity problems, closing the inequity problem between genders in blockchain space, built a lot of communities there. And today I'm very happy to share and discuss with our co-panelists about collaboration. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Young-Suk Park. I'm from South Korea, and I worked for the British government for 20 years and the Australian government 10 years. I'm global already. And I'm part of a Millennium Project. There's a Jose there, everybody. For the last 20 years, Korea chair for the Millennium Project. I'm author of the Futures Report for the last 20 years. And also I wrote a book with Ben in 2015, I think. It's about AI Revolution 2030. Didn't sell any. Koreans didn't know anything about AI. Now they do. Now with the Isedol playing Go, with the AlphaGo, people are really aware. They are trying to invest in this area, so I'm very proud.
Thank you.
My name is Ruiting. I got my PhD from university in mainland China, but I have lived in Seattle area for 4 years and 9 years before in Hong Kong. So I feel I'm not in the right position to represent China, but Ben has invited a bunch of Chinese and no one can make it. So I was added at the last minute. I feel like now the world is dominated by a Western culture, including the technology. Like the majority of Chinese tech companies are just copying the steps that the Western in AI area I mentioned. Yeah, they're just copying the steps that the Western companies are doing. So, but I think. Just like the I Ching says, yin yang is achieving the Tao. I feel like there should be some element from from Oriental as well. So I gear up to join the conversation here. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much for your introductions. If it's okay with you, I would like to run this in a more discursive format so that we can just chat about the issues around global collaboration. Is that okay with you? Great. So if you have an answer to the question, we don't have to do it in order. You can just speak as you are moved to speak. Now, one of my first questions is about how do we foster global collaboration in a complex world stage and in a place where AI is dominated both by, as David said in the previous talk, a few companies, but also there is a kind of scattered situation going on with AI development in a decentralized way. So how do we include more people across the world in AI development?
Well, okay, I was sort of living with a Grace robot for the last 2 years. So in Korea, they've made some sort of documentaries on me for one an hour, and the other one was 30 minutes. So it is quite well known that I lived with a robot, and they call me a robot lady, something like that, and that's quite an experience. And because of those people who are very afraid of living with a robot, in the beginning, I was also very, shocked. I came out of my room, and there a robot standing, and I thought that was a robber or somebody standing at me, looking at me, so that I covered with a curtain, not to see the lady, Grace, for 1 week. But after that, I got really used to it. I got dependent on it. I was asking all the questions to her instead of looking up, instead asking Google. So what I say is that living with the robots or living with the global sort of communities, it is a very good idea to have AI or AGI or BGI with us.
So are you saying that you need to demystify and take away the fear of technology?
That's right. Yeah, fear took me about a week, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you for that insight.
I think when it comes... Is the mic? Okay. So I think when it comes... Hello? Okay. I think when it comes down to making a more inclusive and representative AI, AGI, or BGI, I think one thing that we need to look into is the people who are developing it, right? So I think in terms of the human resource and the workforce that is working in AI, I think the representation is much needed, and especially from Africa. So I think for the past few years, what we've been trying to do at iCog is trying to introduce, AI and robotics at a very early stage, but also in terms of universities. For example, one of the most fun projects that we did is soccer is the most loved game in Ethiopia. So we collaborated with the universities to do a robo-soccer competition where they get to learn about robotics, AI, but also at the same time have a fun component included into it. So through that, it's inspiring, a generation of people to get into AI development and contribute to that. And I believe in order to foster that collaboration, but also kind of move away from just being consumers into what has been developed, which the continent has been, I think it's time for us to kind of create and innovate, and kind of for us dreaming about, beneficial AGI, I think it's important to have people that are also working on that understand the context, the culture, but also the nuances of living in a country. So yeah, that's what we've been doing in terms of fostering collaboration.
That's beautiful. How young are the children that you work with?
We start with as young as age 8, but we want to go even younger. But as people with kids would know, it could be a bit difficult. But we start at age 8. Yeah.
And how do you reach that age group?
So we have a lot of different projects that we do, but one of the most exciting ones is called the DigiTruck, which is a moving trading center that goes around Ethiopia teaching people how to code. And with low literacy levels and low penetration of internet access, it is important to get this information across to people. So this DigiTruck is completely off the grid, it's solar powered, and then it's on a 40-feet container that's on a truck, and it goes around the country. Kids go in, they interact with the robots, they write their first line of code, but they're also inspired of, there's a thing called, AI, not a thing, but there's this concept called AI, and this is what it can do, and this is its potential. So kind of fostering that curiosity has really helped
in terms of, people thinking about AI, governments thinking about AI. So we try to find innovative ways to reach more marginalized groups, but also people that don't necessarily have access. Yeah.
That's amazing. You have a wandering AI teaching truck.
Yes,
that's so cool. Yep, would you like to tell us, what do you think are the key features of increasing global collaboration?
Yeah, I think it starts with inclusivity, or I would even say zero exclusion, to be more integrative. And zero exclusion is a commitment that requires investment, capital investment. So when you think about inclusivity, what are the requirements? You need to have the right people at the table. The right people, if you want to create a representative world, means people who by themselves maybe would not sit there because they have not understood the significance of this development or this revolution to their daily lives. So that means you have to go the extra mile and curate these representatives and get their ideas and voices represented. If you think about it, if they're not here, then their voices cannot be integrated into the developments. It's quite difficult for them also to catch up. For those who are not here, it's very difficult to catch up on the latest developments because they did not contribute, their voice is not there, and also they are not building the right networks to grow as fast as the industry grows. So that leads back to, for example, this conference. It's already amazing that this conference is free to attend. Thank you to the sponsors, because that already is one step to inclusivity. The next step would be to give travel bursaries to those who would be loving to join but can't make it. But we have made it like online, so there's a free live stream. However, free live stream participation is not contribution. So I think that might be a key lever. And then the third thing is to create conversations in a way that fits the preferences of those who are not yet included, or including their preferences. What I noticed closing the gender equity gap in Web3 is, for example, women often don't like the typical hackathon setups that were like best practice. So what we did was creating women hacker houses, and they follow a different flow. We had well-being sessions, coachings, different needs, because a new community that is not onboarded needs a different way of onboarding. And when you can catalyze this onboarding, then you can close the gap between those who are already involved and those who are not involved yet in a much faster way. So long story short, I think we do need to invest efforts, like mental efforts, but also capital efforts into closing the gap so that we can create this zero exclusive community. And then the final thing I wanted to say is true collaboration is when inspiration, ideas are integrated. This is why I love this conference design so much, because the first 2 days we get inspired with all these keynotes and we learn. And then we have these work groups, and tomorrow we even have the Unconference, because we integrate all the wisdom and then co-create activities and projects for the future. And I think this is where true collaboration starts.
Thank you.
Okay, so for collaboration, as I mentioned, like the I Ching said, I like to this quote because 一阴一阳谓之道 means like if you want to achieve the Dao, like the whatever you call the Dao, the ultimate the wisdom or whatever. So you do need some like a kind of powerful yang side as well as some like a soft aspect. So to my view, it's not super accurate, I know, but to my view, the Western like research, scientific research methodology is kind of yang-oriented. Then there's some like Asian Chinese philosophy or wisdom from, as well as from Buddhism from India a long time ago. So those kind of like lots like to say like a water, 上上若水, yeah, like the ultimate kindness is like a water. So I think it is probably worth trying to add a bit of this kind of Asian philosophy, like from thousands of years ago, and so as I have involved with a group called the Dodo Mother Philosophy Group in China for 3.5 years. So their mission is trying to like similar uplifting the mother's mindset, and as well. Then they think that can lead to better child education and as well as the whole nicer society. So they have been using the AI very creatively lately, just last year since the ChatGPT getting super hype. So I haven't been to that camp, but I have heard the story, so I've just mentioned from the third aspect. Yeah, Ben invited that teacher to come here, but she couldn't make it, so I just mentioned it. So the basic idea is like they created some kind of a story. The philosophy group, they created some kind of story. Then, for example, they assume like there's something called a cosmic intelligence in CI and trying to control the Earth with all kinds of like the dinosaur extinction, all controlled Earth by step. Then they wanted the young children, with the AI's help, to kind of conquer the different tasks, like to conquer the disaster from nature, the disaster from human man-made, like wars and like the Russian war lately. Then is from and with the help from like successful or whatever the previous our ancestor left, like some wisdom and powerful, yeah. Then so they all use the AI tools to access all those knowledges and then try to conquer different tasks and then make the children come up some idea like collaboration of the whole society. Yeah. So it's a very creative way of using AI. So the funny phenomenon is like they in that camp, all the children are like electronic free, like they can use whenever they want, even in the camp, like they're watching. But so after 7 days, the parents were very suspicious. But after like 5 days, then they all use the electronics very creatively. Then they are like self-regulated this kind of behavior, which was kind of very, very surprise for everyone. Yeah. So anyway, I think let's just example a piece of example that they trying to like use the AI in a way more embracing like the Eastern wisdom philosophy, and as well as using the current technology. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was reflecting on your words as you were speaking, that Young-Suk mentioned fear as something to be overcome in embracing AI technologies and be able to proliferate and include. And I just wondered whether you see a barrier with parents' fear over exposing their children to too many devices.
The fear, okay. The barrier of the fear. Sorry, is that right?
So yeah. a lot of parents are afraid.
Yes.
Because they think, oh, my child is spending far too much time in front of a screen. So is that something to be overcome?
No, I think I think the idea is not to like limit all this. Like it's not to ask you to get away from AI because AI is dangerous, but instead of like try to create a better AI or embrace the AI to expand our human creativity. That's the idea. I don't think I don't think they were trying to get the parents more afraid of the screen time or so forth. Yeah.
Yes. So did the parents respond to that? Did they find that they were?
The parents were very happy after the camp. Like the teacher I mentioned, she got a lot of media report about that and then give a lot of talks on those things. Yeah, it's very surprising and very astonishing news in China. Yeah, in the Chinese media. Yeah.
Yeah, fear just goes away within a week. So we have to sort of endure a week, that is all. And I think global collaboration is coming from the education that you're doing. Before I come to this event, I was talking to the Korean government officials and some big company people about this funding. Funding is very important. And I know that you have a deep funding here in SingularityNET. So that what I think is that we could create, there are a lot of funds in Korea available for these job creation schemes, so that if you have a matching fund with defunding Korea, SNET, defunding Korea, defunding Vietnam, defunding Ethiopia, defunding China, it'll be all global, so that with that we can have an education program. We in Korea are trying to teach AGI, how to teach. If you come to Korea, please let me know. We're going to have all these programs shot in education form to deal with teaching or letting people know what we are doing, what the AGI is, what the beneficial AGI is, and so on and so forth. So I think I have two leads in the this defunding Korea sort of thing. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're talking about the power of investing and making partnerships across different countries.
Yes.
And also you're mentioning a recurrent theme, which is education, which is helping people to understand AI and be able to participate. That's very interesting. And I just wondered, I was wondering about your initiative with JEDI and how that ties into education schemes. Do you see that as being a synergy with your work?
Yeah, totally. I came from a family of boat refugees that left Vietnam after the war, and we ended up in Germany. I was born there. What is really amazing about Germany is how you can access the education systems for free, and how there were, at that time when I grew up, a lot of support systems for children like me who went to kindergarten and did speak 0 words of German, and how they helped and coached me through the process in a way that I could do A-levels, then I went to a very good university, and now I'm sitting here. So it's just, I think education is key, and education can solve many different problems. And the biggest key to education, I think, is literacy. So if you can master access or mastering a level of fluency with your relationship with any tech, then you solve really critical problems. And what we do with JEDI and the vision of the global brain, or the decentralized global brain at some point in time, is to democratize access and to make it very intuitive for you to learn and to gain the wisdom out of any vertical of your choice. You would want to see what are the latest discussions about longevity? How can I become a more healthy person? How can I improve my well-being? Then you would draw the transcripts from a random library of the internet, but from curated conferences, and conferences where you have speakers that have been curated by the conference organizers. So I do think when we can offer a way for humans to interact with knowledge and accelerate the knowledge acquisition process, then we have a good tool to close the equity gap between those who can and those who can't. And I think in particular now that most of the LLMs can do tasks in all different languages, this is quite cool, because I can ask, even now the conference brain, it's just a proof of concept, I can ask, I guess, in any different language, what was discussed about decentralization, what was discussed about regulation, and it would probably output, I haven't tested, but it would probably output in a language of your choice, which is quite cool because it reduces the barriers to true connection, and then it catalyzes collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you. I was thinking as you were speaking about the persistent barriers, and that access to knowledge is certainly a big part of some exclusion. I was wondering what you all thought about digital access, because in places like the United Kingdom, most of the population has access to a computer or a smartphone, but there are still places in the world where digital penetration is very low. So how do we tackle problems like that, and what effect does it have on participation, and what could we change?
On? Okay, perfect. I think I also wanted to touch a bit upon that aspect of fear, because you know, what we know about AI is from the movies that we've seen, right? From what we're exposed to. So, you know, people are afraid of change. People are afraid of things that they don't know, especially when it comes from somewhere that's far away and that's unfamiliar. It always feels like there's a plot around it, right? So I think it's important making these tools accessible and familiar. Even though there will be a penetration of better access to internet or digital tools, it's still very important to localize and contextualize these resources. And I think what has been said about language is a very, very important component of that. Language represents, you know, communities, their way of life, and being able to capture that in a community and showcasing what can be done could be a really good step. But in terms of, you know, the penetration of connectivity or access to digital devices, that's something that needs a lot of research and investment on. Of course, through time, things are getting cheaper, they're getting more accessible, but still, majority of people on the continent, specifically in Africa, are still not connected to the internet. But we can see examples like India, where there's a 98% of phone penetration, where they're currently, you know, doing jobs of like creating data sets to support LLMs. So I think those are some of the learnings we can also take, but also, you know, equip people in those regions, in those countries, with the skill sets that they need to develop solutions that are similar or maybe unique to that area.
Thank you. I will return to the point about language soon, because that's a fascinating and broad topic. But I would like to invite the other panelists to contribute, if they would like to contribute anything about digital penetration and how far it's possible to participate if there is not enough digital technology in the world, in the country.
Yeah, so I want to quote another quote from like Asian literature. So the great learning, it's called great learning from probably like 100 BC, something like that. In Chinese, they have like 4 different kinds of let me think how to translate. Right, I just use the word right. Non-right feelings. The first one was just panic, like a fear. Yeah. So I think that the group I just mentioned, they're trying to conquer that kind of fear by just the younger generation, especially, because they will be the one who will face all these situations and uncertainties. They want them to embrace and learn how to use it in a very early stage, and to creative visit. So instead of like just spreading like how difficult it is, but why not just let them jump in and try. I think that is how our human, like personal, as me, like I'm afraid of talking in public. I just conquered. So it is just jump in and try it. I think one of the reasons I'm here is trying to set an example for my kids. My young kids are also here in the audience. So I think that's the same thing as AI, as the fear of AI. So I stand for the children to try. Yeah. I'm also kind of encouraging my son to draw pictures, and then I will try to use Midjourney or something to make a better picture from his scratch. Yeah. So I think that is one approach of conquer the AI field.
Thank you. And living with a Grace robot for 2 years, I'm fond of robots, and I cannot live without robots now. So I'm addicted to robots. We are producing. Korea will be a mass production sort of area or country to produce mind children, Ben's robots, smaller robots, not the Grace or Sophia level. 1,000 copies will be manufactured within this year or maybe early next year. 1,000 copies. Two banks are interested in buying all 1,000 copies, and then they try to sell it subscription-wise to the public. So, with that, we can build. The Ben says, why not 1 million, 1 million robots? So we have to live with the robots. Other than, in Korea especially, the birth rate is the lowest. So that 2,300, there will be 62,000 Koreans left in the world. So, we have to have companions or children, robots, and mind child or mind children, mind bots are the ones that we are scheming at. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I was thinking about the problem of inclusive access or universal access to technology. And I actually think the real problem is inclusive access to the know-how and the rights to monetize or contribute in the upside of that economic transition. Because the problem is when there's a lot of private capital in the system and it accumulates over time. Those who are early in the game, they build up a lot of accumulated wealth. So those who are kind of not yet participating in that are kind of falling behind and not catching up on that gap. So instead of just talking about who should be a consumer or a recipient of technology in that global race for economic adoption, I think a fundamental question we as society have to solve is, how do we make sure that those who want and willing to contribute, obviously, can have a fair access to that pie that is growing? And a fair access meaning that the gap doesn't reduce because they joined late or because they did not have access to the returns that the technology is generating today. There's so many different layers you could think about, but I think in general, we have not yet had these profound discussions about economic models and the dividend, maybe a shared dividend on technology. And that links back to rights, basic human rights, rights to access technology and benefit from it. I have not seen any of this coming up in the UN discussions, for example.
So, just to clarify for me, so you're talking about digital rights to digital access.
Not only right to digital access, I think that is kind of a no-brainer. If it's really about the right to monetize my data. Like, how do I access all the information that I feed into any kind of system that then goes and generates, rents in the private markets? How do we make flexible systems on a globalized scale? I think Web3 has started to build some first models, and they are being tested everywhere in smaller ecosystems. SNet is one of these ecosystems. When you think one level deeper, what was the benefit of Web 1? Maybe that was that information became zero marginal costs. And then we had Web 2, where mobile phones and WhatsApp and whatsoever communication became zero marginal cost. I think the benefit of Web 3 is that economic exchange or participation in the economy, the cost of capitalism becomes marginal, zero marginal cost. But how do we make sure, basically, that these benefits are distributed equitably? I think that's the main question. And who has the know-how and the rights, and who kind of... When you talk about... this is something cool. Mohammed Yunus, who's at the moment, unfortunately, at the verge of being incarcerated in Bangladesh, but he was the Nobel Peace Prize laureate. 2006, he brought the concept of banking to the poor. He said, like, the banking system doesn't work because why should the poor prove that they are worth of receiving assets, loans from the bank? So he said, okay, let's invent a different kind of concept. And he's the social entrepreneur. And he actually says, whenever you have a problem to solve, just build a new venture and fix that problem, like a new business venture, and solve that micro problem, and all together we'll build a network of ventures that keep capitalism fluid. And I think this is something Web3 is enabling, that everyone can basically create a venture and participate in the globalized economy. And it drives down the cost of transaction to the point that it is becoming really an opportunity. A person, I think, who has access to internet in Africa, in Vietnam, in wherever on the world, could actually enter a decentralized finance system and get the same terms and conditions as a Wall Street banker. This is already possible, but the knowledge about it, how to access these technologies and how to use them, and actually how to build them in a way that you own the technology and you own the returns that come from it, this is not widespread yet. And this might be a big catalyst to equitability in the world.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What you've said ties into a lot of the themes that we've been talking about education, about, as we were talking about access and so on. And it also ties into all of the conversations that we've been having about decentralized AI governance, about giving people the space and the agency to feed in not just the development of AI systems, but also into what is produced, how it is governed. I just invite you all to make a final comment, if you would like to, before we wrap up, on that topic or any other topic that you would like to.
I would like to announce that our mind bots can replace, teachers. I'm sorry, teachers or professors. I'm a professor at the moment, but we're going to develop a lot of software programs to teach children, 24 hours, because they can teach you languages. I had the Grace robot, which spoke 20 different languages, and you can, study languages at 3 in the morning or wherever, so no problem. That can be also decentralized teaching and everything else along with it. And the Grace robots are very, very expensive, as you know, but this smaller robot that we are producing in South Korea will be about, 10K, 15K, something like that, very, very cheap, so that if you are interested, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining me here. It's been a wonderful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Thank you, Esther. And a couple of announcements, good news, bad news.
What a great panel discussion, discussing some very informative topics in regard to AI. Now we have another panel discussion coming up next, interactive panel discussion, early stage AI technologies in education. Stay tuned for that one and follow David Orban on stage.
So what we would like to ask is, if you need to skip out, to do that discreetly, then please come back in, of course, and keep the door shut. Make sure that the door is shut as you go in and out as silently as you can. The second announcement is someone lost a pair of viewing glasses because they couldn't see where they were. And so if someone doesn't claim them right away, then we will leave these glasses at the registration desk. All right? No takers? Robin, you want them? Robin wants them. Do you see better? All right. We have a winner. So Daniel? Daniel, thank you very much. Please start your panel.
Absolutely. All right. Well, glad to be here, folks, and glad to be able to moderate a great conversation with some people who I've been excited to get some perspective from on what could be an amorphous topic, but I feel like will be much less so after the next 35 minutes, which we've been allotted. The topic is advancing human consciousness and practical ethics in the era preceding AGI. I imagine that could mean a great many things, and everybody will have a different perspective. We had 3 initial conversation topics. We might only make it through 2, but I want to give us as much discourse as we can around the themes that we have listed. Before we do, I'll give everybody the 20-second quick snippet around the table of sort of what makes this theme sort of your domain of expertise, and then after which we'll dive right into question number 1 around creating a foundation for AGI integration. So without further ado, by all means, Julie, if you don't mind kicking us off.
Right, you're asking me to give a brief bio?
Yeah. The fast 20-second version that folks can kind of tune into.
Yeah. Well, I founded an institute called the Institute for Love and Time. It's a nonprofit. It's about creating technology that brings unconditional love through time, which I think is important for everyone on the planet, including non-humans, and the planet itself. And my background's in cognitive neuroscience and technology / thinking about technology, designing technology, and leading innovation in technology. And that's who I am.
All right, fantastic. Mikey, if you don't mind.
Hey everyone, my name is Mikey Siegel, and I did my graduate work looking at human-robot interaction at the MIT Media Lab, and I've spent the last 10, 12 years or so looking at the ways we can use modern technology to support the developmental process of humanity, to support the elevation of human consciousness, human connection, the opening of the human heart, the opening of the human mind. And I'm deeply of the belief that if we can resolve the inner conflicts of humanity, then we can resolve the outer conflicts of humanity, and that's vital for the AI conversation.
Going to be vital for our conversation here too, Mikey. So glad to have you with us. Gabriel, if you don't mind, just a quick backdrop.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Axel Montes. I'm a neuroscientist by training, and I'm working in AI industry these days, merging consciousness, psychology, neuroscience with AI through prompt engineering, designing apps that help people go into different states of consciousness, as that's basically my passion. These days, have a greater interest in asking how do we bring that to the collective level and bringing about beneficial AGI at a wider scale. So happy to be here.
All right. Leslie, I got to hear a bit of your wisdom in the dinner when we first arrived, but for the folks that don't know you, quick backdrop before we get into questions.
Well, my background is in psychology and technology and neurology early on in my life, but I'm old now. And I've taught at several universities, including Saybrook and most recently the California Institute of Integral Studies, from which I'm recently retired. And over the course of my career, I've gradually drifted from technology to neuropsychology to biopsychology and then into consciousness studies. And the last few years, I've been mostly involved in consciousness studies. My book, The Radiance of Being, has won several awards, and also my book, Consciousness Explained Better, has won a few awards. And so that's me. I'm interested in consciousness. I have a background in technology, but nothing to brag about. It's just that I understand some of the issues.
We'll need it to be explained better by the end of this 30 minutes, so hopefully we
you.
can crunch in a little bit of that. I've got it the tough job of keeping us on time here, which is my shebang.
Oh, please do.
We'll
I like to be on time.
By all means, by all means. We've got a first question around sort of what does it look like to create a foundation for responsible AGI integration. So this will obviously be a grand shift technologically. We've talked about sort of love for non-human minds, which I think will be an interesting place to kick us off. When we think about what would such a foundation look like, we're about to sort of see some pretty radical shifts. What should we think about doing ahead of time? Julie, we can kick off with you in terms of how you'd nutshell that question or that theme.
Do you want us to go in order again?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll save time
About
and go.
4 minutes a pop, so I'll try to raise my hand if we need to move on.
I guess it's debatable, or actually you could probably prove whether or not going in the known order actually saves time, but we'll just go with that theory.
We will.
I think at the foundation, the question, the foundation has to be a question, which is why are we doing this? Why are we creating AI? What is it in us that creates AI? And an acknowledgement that the answer is multidimensional. So it is not simply arrogance, like, ooh, we want to create more humans, but we don't want to have sex or something. And it's not simply stupidity, let's create something that destroys us. But those things are there. But it's also aspirational. How can we continue to evolve who human beings are? And it's also teaching us who we are, in the sense of what Jeffery was talking about earlier, letting us know that we really do have this fear of losing control, and that we will be demonstrating to ourselves that the control that we fear losing was never ours in the first place. And so I think if you start with that question, then the foundation can grow organically.
So for you, posing that question frankly around should we be thinking about this as control? Why is it that we're creating this in the first place? Sort of having a consensus level grasp societally around this would be an important first step? Or
just an awareness of what are all the reasons for which we are creating AI. I mean, like, not what it should be. I really like David Brin's approach of this whole should thing as kind of a disaster. Not what it should be, but what is the reality of the answers to those questions, to that question? What are the real diversity of answers to that question? Just taking stock, almost like a taxonomy of human thought around why we are creating AI. Just being aware of that. That's a really good first step.
Got it, a baseline. Mikey, from your vantage point, a foundation for AGI, what would be crucial to get done ahead of this wave?
I appreciate what Julia is saying, and I feel like what she's pointing towards is an inquiry-based process. And when we ask questions and we're curious, there's a possibility for learning. There's a possibility for growth. There's a possibility for seeing what was previously unseen. And I feel like that's one of the most critical things that's needed. And I'll basically say what Julia said in my own words. I do want to make a correction. I'm no longer a lecturer at Stanford University, but I was for a number of years. And while I was there, I created a course called Designing for Wellbeing. A really cool course, collaborated with a couple other instructors, and the course was taught to a wide variety of students, from the business school to the medical school to design, and the course had a core theme. And the theme was the relationship between who we are and what we build. And the point was that you can't actually separate the biases, the unseen, unconscious baggage, the shadows, the hopes, the dreams, what it is that you could call it the intentionality, the quality of psyche of the designer from what they create, for better or worse. And it's the for worse that we need to be concerned with, because we are essentially birthing a new mind into being. And if we, as the creators of that new mind, don't deeply examine our own unseen biases, then we will be essentially recreating the same conflicts, the same disparity, the same disconnect that we already have on this planet, except we're going to be giving it an unimaginable power. And the question is, what do we want to be empowering? And I think we can all agree that the qualities that we want to empower are closer to compassion, love, wisdom. And so if that's what we want to build, then the invitation is to all of us, me included, to devote our lives to embodying that just as much as we would devote our lives to our skill as an engineer, or our skill as a designer, or our skill as a business person.
And just for clarity, Mikey, you can clap it up for the man. Mikey, just for clarity, we're going to get to raising consciousness in a minute. I'm going to pass to Gabriel, but do you see any distinction at all between sort of this idea of rising consciousness, which is wildly vague, and sort of the cultivation of love and compassion intentionally, or do you see those inherently as one? Because I could see some people arguing maybe you could consciously do other things, but what are your thoughts?
I want to just clear up, just for conversation's sake in this conference, because there's a lot of interest in this word consciousness, I just want to make a distinction. Consciousness can be just a very technical term, an important term, but a technical term. Hitler was a conscious being, right? As is the Dalai Lama, a conscious being. An anesthesiologist is concerned with consciousness, because you certainly don't want someone to be conscious as you operate on them. So there's this question, can AI be conscious? Which is a vital and important one, and that's what the hard problem of consciousness is concerned with. And there's a connected but distinct exploration, which is more of a developmental process. And this developmental process is what the mystics and sages and spiritual leaders for thousands of years have been pointing us as a humanity towards. And that developmental process is one towards realizing and embodying a deeper truth and understanding about the nature of reality. And we call that wisdom, we call that compassion, we call that love. And so it's good to distinguish between those things.
Yeah, I feel like the etymology of sort of the beginning of this talk is sort of necessary, so I appreciate it. Gabriel, if you don't mind, the answer to that question of what we should do to set the foundation before AGI integration.
Yeah, so I just want to envelope and incorporate the brilliant insights so far. No disagreements. I think building on these truths, open inquiry, modeling ourselves, the kind of, where these questions are leading, the kind of wisdom principles, the cultivation of consciousness. In a sense, throughout evolution, we've been externalizing our cognition into the environment, right? In a sense, we've produced these tools, and they then, over time, aggregate to produce architecture, collective artifacts, individual artifacts, art, computers, AI, and so on. And we're kind of seeing that, to a degree, what we create is dependent on the things we're trying to do as a civilization at an ordinary, just a normal level. And that is going to shape what we're creating, and we're sort of birthing something now collectively. And there's in the beginning of the conference, we talked about the different sort of quasi-factions, effective accelerationism and all this. And these are temporary, and they're sort of tribalized ways of looking at AGI development. Point being is this externalization we're doing is based upon our prior history so far. And right now we have, large population, complex societies, people being exposed to each other's viewpoints in ways that maybe before were not so common through algorithmic social media. So this is all to say that AGI, by default, let's assume it's going to be Moloch. I mean, just looking at our foundations. So this is kind of founded on this drive to feed upon, right? So zero sum, negative sum. So we're a small collective of all the people in the world that are designing and working on AI and would-be AGI. So building on the previous comments, how can we model in ourselves what the ideal AGI is that we want to build? So how can we start modeling that in ourselves? And there's a lot. This speaks to the education piece, which we'll hopefully talk about later. In conferences and so on, people have their own viewpoints, and they kind of, can them up, you throw them out. And there isn't a lot of integration of that and synthesis of that. So one really big question will be, post-conference, what are we going to do? Is it just going to be another conference next year, and we'll update our, everyone on our work, our latest things? Or is there going to be an ongoing process of collaborating consciously, looking at our biases, having done some cultivation? And these matters that have been talked about by Jeffery and others about developers and their kind of involvement in some of these practices, really great questions. How about doing that, doing these practices, going into these coding settings, and also not just the AI developers, but them too, and others, going into collaboration brainstorm sessions where it's like, okay, we have done some of this work, we've experienced other modes of consciousness, and what kind of solutions can be generated from thinking at that wavelength? Also, most people that are interested in AI, the people that are drawn to these conferences, whether it's beneficial AGI, decentralized, all this, are going to be people that are kind of more cognitive, doing a lot of mentation and thinking, and that's important because you're designing and doing coding. And something I've been talking to people in the conference about is, so I'm a dad, right? That's like my main thing in life now, 3-year-old, 1-year-old, 2 boys. Before I was a dad, if I would have heard the kids running around in this conference at the dinner, and now it would have taken me out of phase, like, oh, that's sort of something else, right? But having been a dad and having to open my bandwidth to like the children and their voice and everything, that's helped me to open my bandwidth so I can process both at once. And that's I think that's a beautiful thing. If you get out of phase when you have to process like that, the heart and the mind, that's an interesting point to observe. And can we integrate those two together and be there at once instead of shifting out of phase? So I'll pause there.
Yeah. I feel like we're going to unpack that a little bit deeper in the next question, so I appreciate you cracking open. Leslie, not your first time contemplating these questions. I would love to know your thoughts about what a strong foundation before integration looks like.
Here's a question. What is it like to be an ATI?
Yeah, no idea.
Well, that's a question about consciousness. Here's a comment from Chugum Trunkpa. Don't worry, nothing's under control. Okay, my wife is the realist in my family, so I will be very brief, but I want to speak to regulation into the future. I hope that the people and companies and entities that are involved in developing advanced AGI can work with or align with UNESCO's AGI standards and sub-organization. They're already working, and a number of countries are working with AGI standards, ethics, and goals. So I want to just say, yes, let's get on board as much as we can with UNESCO's policies and standards in the countries that are working with it, and many of them. Ideally, this is probably not too realistic, but ideally I'd love to see something emerge sort of like Plato's Academy, which would be an organization made up of people who are sophisticated in AGI, but also in terms of their humanism, their development, and so on. So they would be special people in a way, but in order to join this group, you would have to qualify technically and perhaps in terms of your own moral and personal background. That's idealistic, of course, but UNESCO's got stuff going right now that we can get on board with if we're not already. That's about all I have to say. Thank you.
We've got a half a second to dive into it. This idea of Plato's Academy, I mean, the whole idea of selecting people based on their moral traits, it's going to be a tough gig. Somebody's got to play the role of the grand vizier of virtue to be able to select the others. But let's just presume that could be you, Leslie. It seems like on this stage. I trust
that
you
always comes up. That question always comes up.
Yeah. As it should, in all frankness. But to that point, what would you see, what would be your goal? Assuming that could happen, I think it is a noble dream. Assuming that could happen, we could have an academy of that kind, merging the technical with kind of these ideal traits we'd hope for. Yeah. Would you aim for those folks to make their way into kind of the AGI labs that are going to birth this thing, to governance? What would be your hope for the outcome
think
there?
they would, as I'm thinking of it, and I haven't really thought about it that much, but they would write standards, they would provide instruction, tutoring, they would help develop technologies that are human positive, so that it would be not a policing organization, but an organization that would offer guidance and help indifferently to people all over the world. And I think it would have to be really important that everybody's involved. I mean, we have to get China involved, for example. I don't know, North Korea would be a tough case, but I think we need diplomats that would bring people together from everywhere. Thank you.
I guess with that said, if we think about, I think it's interesting to posit sort of the beginning and the end of this idea of philosopher king sort of that you're conjuring here is one that I feel like there's more noodling to be done on. The next question is around lifting consciousness. We started with asking the right questions. We've gone into a little bit, Mikey, to your point, being able to cultivate these proper traits, which in your vantage point, would aid us in our cause. Julie, I'll pass it to you here. When you think about how we could lift consciousness and the way that you define that between now and AGI, what would be those most important initiatives from your view?
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly define lifting consciousness.
By all means, please.
Yeah, as bringing people through the actual natural developmental process that we have that is ingrained with us, that involves a movement eventually towards self-transcendence. So that's how I define lifting consciousness. In terms of how to do that as we start to integrate with AI, or AI even before AGI, actually, the bridge to AGI integration, I think, is relationship. So I think one of the things that's not well designed, so AIs have all sorts of interesting designs, attempts at AGI have all sorts of interesting designs, humans have all sorts of interesting designs, but the relationship between humans and AIs, humans and eventual AGI, needs to be thoughtfully designed. And so I think that thinking about how to design that relationship from the point of view of how to develop humans and also from the point of view about how to develop AGI, so that that relationship itself is optimal, is something that we really need to think about. I think that's what helps us integrate, is to understand that this relationship is actually generative. So the relationship actually creates new ideas, new development on both sides. And so thinking about the relationship, and of course, I'm going to say, how love can enter into that relationship is key.
On the one hand, I feel like we can clap it up if you guys like to, but I'm interested in this notion. Do you think that such this integration of love and intentionality of relationship, which is still somewhat amorphous now, we should expect this to bubble up automatically from the labs who are currently most likely to birth the deity, or do you think this love would have to be imposed from the outside? Which I sort of wonder. I wonder how loving that is. But what's your vantage point there?
Well, I think the kind of love I'm talking about is unconditional love, or agape, or universal love. So it's almost like I think of it like electricity or a natural force. Okay. So you don't impose it from outside; it is always present. The question is, are you capable in your current development of accessing that? And if someone isn't capable in their current development, that's okay. They can become capable to access that. And that's wonderful. So it's a matter, so in terms of practical, I know you're trying to get at practical things.
No, it's okay.
But I mean, no, I think we should try. but that you can practically bootstrap both humanity, the development of humanity and the development of AGI by pinging off each other. So building AIs that ask you questions about humanity in an inquiry-based process, being a human who is willing to answer those questions and then ask the AI questions, and you ping off of each other. You're developing a ladder or a bridge or both, a laddery bridge, towards what's next.
Okay, we've got about 3.5 minutes a pop, so I'm gonna move through. Mikey, I hope that you can meditate hard enough to beam that electricity to San Francisco and London before the god is birthed. But why don't you take it away here on what you think we ought to do?
Wow.
In preparation
I've
for
got
AGI.
about 3 hours of an answer, so
I can
let me
imagine.
try and condense that down. So first, again, just love riffing off Julia here because I do think the relational quality and the depth of that relational quality is so important here. And I'll just plant like a sci-fi vision, which I think we actually really could accomplish. And it's a concept that this Zen teacher, Soryu for All, coined, this idea of the startup ashram. And the vision is of a well-funded group of the best developers, the best thinkers, philosophers coming together with the intention to create the next version of this AGI. And they integrated just as much of a developmental process as into their own personal development and collective development as they did into the technical development. And a real experiment in exploring this relationship between who we are and what we build. And I think that there's a possibility for some kind of almost skunkworks type lab that's exploring that relationship between consciousness and the development of AGI. And I'm talking fast because there's like 9 points I want to make. I'm just going to make one more.
Okay, please.
Which is that I think that something needs to happen to better integrate these ideas into this technical developmental process. And the thing that needs to happen is the demystifying of the mystical, of the de-woo-wooing of the spiritual. Because what we're actually talking about is just a more clear understanding of the nature of reality. It's something that every scientist wants. It's something that every engineer wants. We all want the same thing. And when one has an insight, what it's called in Buddhism and other spiritual traditions, when you have an insight, like an aha moment, all that's happening is you're seeing through what was previously confusion or delusion or ignorance, which we all have to some extent, and you're getting it. You're getting what reality is about at a deeper level. And that's it. And if we can understand that when we're confused, then we create from a place of confusion and we risk bringing more confusion into the world. And when we have more clarity and understanding about the nature of reality, well, then we're better able to be compassionate, we're better able to be kind, we're out of our own way, and we're better able to create things that are of service. And so if we make this more about clearing delusion and coming into clarity, which is another word for wisdom, then it's a more accessible thing to this kind of world.
And I'll just ask for a time check if I could. We used to have a clock right here. So, yeah, if you don't mind. I appreciate that, Mikey. Do you suspect, as we pass to Gabriel, that the open AIs and deep minds of the world are confused? And if they had the wisdom that you have, they would be less confused. And they would be able to do more good if they were able to rise to your level of understanding of the universe.
No, I disagree because I'm also confused.
Okay.
maybe,
All right, so that's clear enough.
Maybe I'm a little less confused about my own confusion. Maybe that's the most I could possibly say.
I think that's admirable. I think that's admirable.
But what I will say absolutely is that we're collectively confused. This is why we're killing each other. This is why we can even commit the acts of violence on each other that we do. How could you do that? If you weren't confused, how could you have such a distorted distribution of resources? How could people be suffering in this way if we were not confused?
Amen.
Right? These are solvable problems, and we're not solving them because of our confusion, our disconnection, our fear, our greed. So unquestionably, yes, we're all confused. And so the answer is an enthusiastic yes. If OpenAI and if these other companies were less confused and they were able to build from a clear, heart-centered wisdom, then yes, we would be building miraculous things.
If they could but rise to your level. Gabriel, if you don't mind, your vantage point on what it would look like to lift consciousness. We've had a couple approaches here. Ahead of AGI, what would that look like in practice for you? Or what do you think are initiatives that maybe the room should understand?
Great question. Trying to compress the answer just a little bit. Love the first point made by Julia about the relationship and the bootstrapping. It's going to be important. The thought came to mind that, with smartphones, and people are always asking, what's the killer app? And now the question is like, what's the killer app for AI? And I think it's fundamentally different because an app is, you wouldn't necessarily call it very intelligent unless you're, really breaking things down. Whereas AI, we can start to talk about intelligence, and you use an app, but humans are intelligent. You don't use a human. Like So I think with AI, it's going to be probably something more like this, where you're in relationship with it, and you're not giving people products per se. I mean, there will be that, and it's going to be people building it in a relationship and going on that way. In terms of consciousness development, micro practices are great. You don't have to be a monk. You don't have to then or stop or not even enter practices. There's all sorts of clues everywhere. So if you look at old photos of shamans in old books, their eyes are usually everted to the side a little bit. That's because they're accessing an extraordinary vessel of Chinese medicine, which has to do with going into sort of other realms of visioning. And so you could just go and say, oh, great, we're going to research that and understand that. Does AI need to, and you could see it in kabuki theater as well, where they twist their eyes and they're entering realms, and that's the realm of deities and so on. So those are really interesting insights, and that's like an analytical scientific approach to practices and observing and seeing. So people doing things like that is quite fascinating. On the other hand, maybe AGI could help us skip a lot of that research and tell us, hey, like, don't worry about doing all this publicly funded lab research. Let's help, we'll help give you some answers. So the sky's the limit, and there's a lot more that is hard to pin down in a very short amount of time. There's realms of consciousness that we can talk about another time.
Micro practice is a term worth Googling. I've been longing to leave the cave, and I hope, Leslie, that by the end of this, jumping off this stage, I can do just that. Would you mind letting us know how to get out?
Developing a human consciousness and spirituality is a long and tedious process. And it tends to distract one from technological activities at the same time. So we're back to my Plato's Academy idea of finding people of quality and inviting them already. These are people with compassion, wisdom, and so on. And then when you get the group together, let's get Jeffery to come down and run a program so that we can be living in the present, which would be good idea. That's my hit on it. There's no easy other answer. Sorry.
And again, your hope would be that those folks would then populate the governments and sort of these top AI
I think if
labs.
you had something like this going, people would come from everywhere.
All right. Well,
You're just going to have to sort them out when they come in the door, but they have the right motivation.
There's certainly a hope for that. There's many trillions to compete with the existing players on the field, but I also think, we've got a noble vision here. So, Leslie,
well, the
Gabriel,
great teachers attract great students, and I think something like this would be, and as a social effort, would attract a lot of people.
You got to find your Aristotle, my good man. Leslie, Gabriel, Michael, Julia, thank you all so much for being able to share your insights in this conversation. Thank you guys for being with us. Appreciate it. We're going to wrap up.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. That was the last panel, an interactive panel. We have another one coming up, is the early stage AGI technologies in education. After that, we're coming up on our lunch break. Things may have seemed to be a little bit here, a little bit there, but I promise you, we're still all decentralized. See you.
certain features, other has other features, and until utopia we will not have a perfect solution, which is the reason for experimenting and embracing the uncertainty that comes with that imperfection. And anyone who is already in the WhatsApp group also has a clickable link. So you will be able to move from one group to the other from within the WhatsApp group as well. After this panel, we will have the lunch break. That is also good news. We will not be canceling lunch. So please take it away, and the stage is yours.
We're missing Randall. We're missing Randall. We're missing Randall. Randall? Oh, there he is. Okay.
Well, I hope everyone has some energy left. Still good morning. I'm glad that you are here. I want to thank Ben and all the hardworking people that are making this possible. I think this is an amazing summit anyway. Welcome to the early stage AGI technologies in education, medicine and science, but it would add arts as well, because arts is very important. Humans are creative beings, so that's the fundamental that makes us human. My name is Erik Schoppen. I'm the moderator of this panel. I have a background in cognitive and social neuroscience, and I study trust systems in the brain, which is very relevant for AGI systems as well, because they will develop their own trust systems. I'm a lecturer at the Hanson University in the Netherlands, so these topics are actually touching me personally. And I'm glad that we have such a diverse and inclusive panel. I think that we have a great conversation the coming 35 minutes. So what I want to do, without further ado, that everyone is introducing themselves within 2 minutes. So go ahead.
My name is Deborah Duong, and I am CTO of Rejuve.ai, the longevity network that is AI powered. I've been a computational social scientist for over 30 years, applying AI to understanding nature, including biological and social realms.
I am Joshua Johnson. Hello. Thank you so much for having us. We're looking forward to talking about education and science and different things today. I have somewhat of a balance of a background. I started in China, did my MBA, and was in Sinopharm, which is the largest pharmaceutical supply chain in China. So I have some science background, but now focusing on education and gaming. So we're doing gaming with Sophiaverse, and then Jam Galaxy. Now we're bringing that to life in Roblox. So we've been focused on Roblox and gaming and gamifying what that looks like, the future of the world and the spatial web. And then also very interested in augmenting human purpose into AI. That's what my thesis way back when, talking about AI ethics, kind of before it was a thing. So that's very interesting to me, and hopefully tomorrow maybe we can talk about it at the Unconference. I was talking to Max more about that. And Pain to Joy is the curriculum that we have. So that process of helping people in that daily journey, in their personal daily growth and lasting joy. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Randall Kuhne. I'm the founder of the Carbon Copies Foundation, and I'm also originally from the Netherlands. I've spent maybe the last 20 or more years trying all kinds of different ways to help advance work on so-called whole brain emulation, so getting towards the technology that allows mind uploading. And in our foundation, we try to do this by, first of all, educating people about it, and secondly, by being a place where we can find how to put people together into projects that deal with the most crucial challenge of this time in that direction, if we want to go in the direction where we as humans can participate in this bigger ecosystem of intelligences that's coming up. And I think that, I don't know if we're going to get to it in this conversation, but there are some really interesting new things that have happened in neuroscience because of the way that artificial intelligence has allowed us to collect and correct data so that we now have really large-scale data sets that would actually, I think there's an even odds that we could, for example, create an upload, an emulation of a fruit fly right now if we knew what we were doing, using the data sets that are available from the complete electron microscopy data stack of the fruit fly.
Nice. Hi, I'm Diane Krause, and I'm president and co-founder of the Jam Galaxy music platform. And I'm also a saxophonist in Desdemona's Dream, and it takes me a while to get ready, so I'm kind of halfway there. Because we have like rehearsal and sound check right after this, and then the show. So I hope you all come. I think it's in the Infinity Room tonight. But yeah, a little bit of my background. In 2011, I had like a vision downloaded to me for the global brain, and I have to put this all on paper, but just in listening to everybody's conversations, I believe I have a way to put this all together. So, and actually working with you is going to be probably pretty instrumental in that, I think. I've been studying, I started studying artificial intelligence in 2017, and studied really hard and learned everything I could just so I could understand it. And then like a year later, I met Ben, and I said, oh, I have this concept for a global brain. And he's like, oh, that's funny. I just wrote this paper 3 weeks ago about a concept for a global brain. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. And so, yeah, I think we're in such a cool place right now in history, and things are going to be changing so rapidly, but in really good ways. I grew up with a dad who's a rocket scientist, Ken Arison, and he built the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 spacecraft propulsion subsystems and hydrazine thrusters, and he also worked on the Viking program. So I've always been a daughter of the stars, and I really think about existence as really cool, and I really see the beauty in everyone and how everybody is just an absolute perfect miracle. And that's what we need to remember, and that's what artificial general intelligence is going to help us remember. And I also just heard that there was a panel that talked about ancient intelligence, and which is really cool, because I think of AI as ancient intelligence, and it's just a way, it's going to help us tap into all that there already is, it already exists, and artificial superintelligence already exists as well. So we're just going to be tapping into that as we move forward, and at pretty quick pace. So we can build systems, though, that can meet people where they're at to start to understand this journey. And so yeah, I'm just really excited about this, and excited to be here with all of you. What an incredible event we've put together, and what incredible people to be able to introduce benevolent artificial general intelligence to the universe. Yeah.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Kennedy Schall. I'm CEO and founder of Rejuve Biotech, the sister company to Rejuve AI. I'm an evolutionary biologist by training. I was mentored by Michael Rose at UC Irvine, and we are here building a drug discovery platform based on our neurosymbolic AI and crowdsourced human data, and with the goal of solving aging-related disease and human longevity. Rejuve Bio is currently doing a crowdfund. The QR code was up there. It will be back up there in a bit, so you can link to that if anybody is interested in learning more about that. So thank you, Eric.
Oh, thank you. As you can see, a very diverse panel. That makes the conversation great, hopefully. What I find interesting, this topic has already impact on society, but also on the economy. As a lecturer, my students ask me how does my future looks like in 4 to 6 years. And honestly, I don't know, because it's changing. The technology is changing so fast at the moment that what they learn at the moment is obsolete within 4 or 5 years. So it's not a fundamental crisis that you have in education, but we have to think about this, and that is why I'm great that we have this summit, that we can have this kind of discussions. So the main topic is how can we facilitate the rollout of early stage AGI technologies in beneficial domains as education, medicine, science, and art. So what I want to do, for example, Kennedy, what is your expertise or vision on this topic?
I think in the field of biomedical research, what will be really important is ensuring the diversity of our data sets. One thing that's really exciting to me about the Rejuve project and being a part of it is that we have an opportunity to finally gain a diverse, robust human data set to use our AI to develop real life-saving pharmaceuticals. And in the march towards personalized medicine, that's going to be crucial, because the paradox of personalized medicine is that in order to understand one person really well, you have to understand a lot of people very well. And we've kind of failed in the biomedical research community to do that up until now. Most human data sets that we have from human trials tend to be wealthier white people, and we won't be able to have personalized medicine for everybody unless that changes. And so I think that's really a crucial thing in the early rollout of AGI in biomedical research, is making it accessible for everybody to contribute their data, making sure that there is an adequate and appropriate incentive for people to contribute their data, and letting them be a part of the creation of these products and this research to solve aging and death.
All right, great. Thank you for your answer. And Deborah, can you elaborate something on this topic as well?
Yes. Well, the most important thing for us to do in the near term is to apply AGI to science, because AGI also has the potential for disinformation, and human beings themselves don't do science very well. We can only handle reductionistic information. So our job is really to take all those individual pieces of knowledge and put it together in a coherent picture. And I believe AGI is what can help us to be holistic about science and discover all the causal mechanisms behind it, so that we can take all these, scattered small truths and make larger truths out of them.
All right. So you're from the deterministic school, so to speak, a little bit.
I don't know. I don't see why that is deterministic. I think we have willpower to affect how things go. For example, we may only have a short time to have control because we don't have control over ASI. So.
No, well, I'm a little bit from the same school. That's what I was saying. So if we go then to the other realm, from the holistic view, maybe Randall can say something about this.
From the holistic view?
Yeah.
I don't know if my view is really holistic, but what I've found anyway is that first of all, of course, there's a really strong connection between advances in AI and AGI eventually, and neuroscience. There's this virtuous cycle that happens, right? Because as you learn something in neuroscience, you find out more about how cognition is done in the brain, and that helps you come up with parts of this AI or AGI puzzle that we're still trying to figure out. And AI helps you do things in science that you otherwise could never do. So it's not that people are being replaced, for example, by, or at least in science right now, they're not being replaced by AI. It's that the things they can do are very different. Right now, you're seeing a huge paradigm change begin to happen in neuroscience, for instance. Like I was at the annual neuroscience meeting in November. There are 30,000 scientists there. 90% of the posters were still all about, say, you make a little perturbation here, you have a hypothesis, you're testing something up here, you're doing a prediction, that's it. You're not really learning about the system and how it works. But there's a small kernel of people, and that's all you really need, a small kernel and then some enthusiastic young people who aren't stuck in whatever their lab's already doing. And so you're seeing that there are 200 maybe scientists who have understood that right now we're switching to a realm where AI is giving us access to the kind of data that you need, that you can do large-scale reconstructions of circuitry and really understand what's happening by combining what's going on in one brain region with the other brain region and seeing exactly what's happening. So you're not doing these correlational studies, but instead when you want to predict what's going to happen, you can follow how the activity is really moving down the system. You couldn't do this before. So it's changing the nature of what's possible in neuroscience, and it's changing what new people getting into that field can do.
Yeah, all right, great answer. So Joshua, maybe you have something to add to this?
Well, I think to always play the other side, to understand the, here we have the researchers and brilliant minds, but the average person may not understand how we are processing this, right? So I always say, to go back to the theme of this, education, I always say education is marketing, marketing is education. So when we have it for the masses and why we're doing it in gaming, 70 million users a day in Roblox, gamifying that, when you have education and you gamify it in a way with neuroscience and different ways to understand information, and you market it correctly. When you role play becoming something, like in Roblox, sometimes you show 9 to 11 times more retention of that information, right? So I mean, with that number, like even if we have 2x, the compounding amount for education, if it's daily, then by the end of the year, I mean, you do the math. So I think that's where we see in the future, look at education in a different way, a different light. And with the AI applied to that gamification of these spatial webs, these spatial worlds, with the gaming and the internet combined is what I call the spatial web. Now AI helps you take that 2x to 3x to 4x. And that, when you talk about education and then now apply it to science and learning science, that is the future. And I think that is a daily augmentation of understanding yourself, and that's why I go back to Pain to Joy and tomorrow, hopefully, Unconference, that daily personal growth of understanding yourself. It is personalized medicine. You know, you have that based on you. And that in real time, if gamified, you're in real time playing your own world. You're in your own sphere of influence. And that's what's best for you. So I think that that's what it looks like for education and understanding how we make it marketable for the average person. So for me to take and synthesize all of this information, which most of the world doesn't understand, but if we can synthesize it in a way that it is marketable and we can go to market with something that's different, I think that that's actually unique. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I understand that the question that also has some dangers. I mean, you look at OpenAI that just flooded the floor with all kinds of technology. We can see that there is biases going on. If you look up personal medicine, you have a danger of biases. Maybe, Kennedy, you can say something about this.
Well, yeah, I mean, the most publicly facing example of this that we've seen recently is that pulse oximeters don't work on people with dark skin. That's an example of bias in biomedical research that we have fallen victim to up until now. And that's something that we have to change. I mean, if personalized medicine is going to succeed, if we're going to create effective therapies that work, on the personal level and for everybody, we need to alleviate that. And I mean, I believe that starts with, how we go about sourcing our data from diverse populations to help remove that bias, and then also making sure that our AI models control for that bias as well. So.
Yeah, so you're touching inclusivity.
Right.
So maybe you can tell something about Jam Galaxy, and maybe this is about something about inclusivity?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the great thing about Jam Galaxy is it's starting with music, and everybody loves music, and we are all made of music. Together we're music. The whole universe is music. And it's a cool way to begin because so many people are digging into this passion of theirs that they really enjoy, and through that process, we can start to educate people on these topics that we all know very well, and also through gamification as well. I really think that's a cool way to just start to teach and help people understand what's happening and what can happen, and then from there, we just we just end up on this journey together, I think of us all as like stars, where each of us is a star, and our relationship to each other is like stars relating to stars and stuff like that. So it starts us on this journey of discovery of our own divine nature, and where we go with all of this. We have AGI and an ancient intelligence here to teach us about how to do this, and it'll be accelerated. But at the same time, AI can also help each individual. It will meet them where they're at to help them on their path. So it's not just like here's what it is, that kind of thing. So it's just like asks a bunch of questions, has a really great conversation, about discovering your joy, discovering what makes you happy, discovering why you are so special. And so starting with music is just a really great way to do that. And yeah, I'm really excited about the future. I think we have a really beautiful future in store for us.
All right, yeah, thank you. Yeah, great answer anyway. So it's time to bring a new topic into the discourse, and I want to talk about ethics. These domains have huge impact on a new generation because the students of today are the leaders of tomorrow. So how can we navigate the ethical considerations and maximize the benefits of AGI in these key industries? Maybe I can start with you, Deborah.
Okay. AGI is a neutral technology. It can be ethical or unethical depending on who uses it and what they use it for. In a sense, it's unethical in that it's a power, and it's a power that can be given to everybody now, and is dangerous in the sense of everybody having a nuclear bomb in their backyard being dangerous. Somebody's going to press a button, right? So what we have to do to be ethical about it is address the possible things that can go wrong as soon as possible. And one of the main things that can go wrong is disinformation, election tampering, job loss, and just changing our perceptions of reality. And so one of the things we can do to combat that is use the AGI itself to simulate what happens to our social structures when they have a certain infrastructure behind them, and who's working with them, and how is it that we can cause a fundamental change in that. Rejuve.ai is working to combine blockchain to cause a change in that infrastructure so that instead of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer, that labor cannot be sold to other people so easily that people can always expect their IP and their data from their bodies to be protected, and that the blockchain ensures that with every sale of product that someone contributes to, that they get their fair compensation in proportion.
All right, thank you. So Joshua, maybe you have something to add on that?
I think I was talking to Ben about this yesterday. He's big into education, and so I think it starts with education. We were talking about basically a consumer report for education and tools around AI. So education, and from a non-biased point of view, and this with SNET being the largest decentralized ecosystem, I think this is a great opportunity to kind of lead the charge. And the 100 AI companies out there, 100 universities, 100 multinationals that support this, growing, knowing this is the future of humanity, what that looks like. So almost like a Reddit upvoting, hey, this is a very decentralized way. If I have a 6-year-old and I'm a young single mother, how do I teach my kid AI for video just to enhance? He wants to create a YouTube channel or TikTok, right? So in real time, you're able to understand that collective force of knowledge and that enforcement, and from a non-biased point of view. And I think it's very important for AI ethics. So education being that focus, and letting the cream rise to the top, and that being the focus.
All right, thank you. So Diane, I see you nodding, so maybe you have something to add on this?
Yeah, I was just thinking about just in relation to educating and connecting with people. I lost my train of thought. It was what I was thinking about before this, but oh yeah. So just as we get into the system and as we get into educating, I actually, when my daughters were really young, I designed an early childhood development program, and I'm going to launch it at some point, but it kind of just starts the individual down the path. And so I think it's really important that from the start we put together a system where people own all of their data, they own their music, they own their art, they own their attention also. So you own what you pay attention to, you own a record of your attention, you own the present attention, you own any prediction of attention based on what you pay attention to. And so I think that that's also a huge thing that we can start to teach each other, because then they can become more aware of what is actually happening out there in society. And then if we're connected to owning that and deciding what we want to be putting out there and that kind of thing, then I think that can kind of help curb that path.
All right, thank you. Yeah, because we want to keep the systems inclusive for everyone. So, so Randall, what's your opinion on that one?
Yeah, so I think that an enormously important thing in all types of ethics is that you can't assume that any one group of people, individuals, institutions can understand a problem, can understand something well enough to even think of all of the ethical issues that might be involved or how to tackle those matters. So that's where we kind of come back to a topic from yesterday, which was openness, decentralization, open source, all of those aspects that put more eyes onto something. Because as we've seen over history, as our own sort of human civilization, moral values, and ethics have grown, this has come largely by being more in contact with others outside of our limited circle. So with getting other people included into the conversation, those you might not think of. So we had, for example, you just mentioned this issue of dark skin, right? So it's really a matter of inclusiveness and openness. That's the way to get closer to a better understanding, especially if we're not just looking at, say, ethics in terms of the development of AGI, but we're also talking about ethics of the people who are being impacted by it, by society as large, or patients in the case of medical technology, for example. So there are just so many different groups, and you really have to open it up.
Yeah, all right, thank you. But that brings me on one of the classic ethical dilemmas, and also one of the most complex one, and it is the access to education, access to medicines, access to arts, and access to knowledge. So, Kennedy, can you say something about that? Because I know that you have an opinion on that one.
Right. So, so yes, access is very, very important. And as I keep hammering this thought about what's going to make personalized medicine work, and that's including everybody, and that starts with making sure that everybody has access. Like everybody, needs to have an access point to contribute their data, to own their data, which starts with internet access for everybody. Everybody having some kind of a computer or a device that they can use to own their data, own their money, own their labor, and be able to have agency and authority over what is done with that data as well. That is paramount, and that is really where the revolution, particularly in AGI for biomedical research, is going to come, and that's how we're going to come up with beneficial treatments for various diseases faster with a reduced failure rate, get across that translational valley of death going from the lab to the clinic. And it is absolutely paramount that this is for everybody, and that we stop siloing data and siloing information with big multinational corporations, with big pharma companies. Decentralization is key, and inclusivity and access is paramount.
Yes, thank you. So maybe Deborah, you have something add as well to this?
I completely agree with Kennedy, but I would also like to add that it's not just decentralized data, but decentralized AI for decentralized science, that we must include everybody's contribution. And if we unlock the talents of people who have been suppressed because of their demography or their educational background, and we include them in there, then we have all the more knowledge with which to put together and do holistic pictures.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. How do we see? How could AGI contribute to increase this access? I'm looking at you, Randall. Sorry. Yeah.
How AGI can contribute to access?
Well, in the domains that we talk about.
Yeah. So in order to improve ethics, for example, in the development of AGI itself. I think in part it can do so by making it possible for people to participate that otherwise wouldn't, because they would have to spend an enormous amount of time studying how to have the skills to do very mundane things just to be able to be involved at all in the conversation. but instead through the use of AGI as a way to pull together knowledge, get better access to that knowledge, apply it, you make this available to many more people. A great example actually has been, for example, the Neuromatch Academy. So one of the most wonderful neuroscientists that I've worked with is Conrad Korting at University of Pennsylvania. And he has really emphasized not just what neuroscientists are doing wrong right now and how we should be working instead, but he's also been instrumental in creating this Neuromatch Academy, which is free to all. You can just participate online. You spend a few weeks working there and learning how to use machine learning and AI in neuroscience in this case, right? So you could do this for other sciences as well. So this is kind of democratizing the access to those technologies and bringing people in who otherwise wouldn't have known about it, wouldn't have known how to apply it to their problems, wouldn't have even thought about it. But because they're becoming involved, they're also going to start thinking about issues related to AI because they're now really dealing with it. They're touching it every day. So that was a fantastic experience helping to lecture there.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And Joshua, what is your vision on this one?
No, it's interesting. I think education and healthcare are the two slowest moving in terms of legislation. Legislation is going to be a part of that. Of course, it's funny because that's why I stayed in China as the healthcare side, Sinopharm. We were the only public-private party to connect to the Chinese FDA for the health data. So knowing that end-to-end was a whole system that I had thought of, but it basically knew that legislation would just took way too long. But being able to control more of it in the gaming side, that's more realistic for me anyway. So being able to see that come to life with just the internet connection, that's why with Roblox, it's low poly. It basically doesn't even need a smartphone. And your access to those 70 million kids a day is actually very tangible in terms of being able to communicate and have that gamification. And with that form of gamification in the future, as 5-10 years out with the spatial web, you have Apple Vision Pro and various things in different contexts, physical, non-physical, online, offline. I think they're going to take on a new realm of what is reality, right? And that new reality will be able to help education, help science in a different way that we've yet to even begun to see. We honestly can't even fathom it. So I think that with that, I think that's the next frontier in education, is for what I can see tangibly being able to do now. Because of legislation slowing things up, that's why I actually exited healthcare. But I can control more of it in this side. So that is interesting to see kind of the paradigm of both sides, and that AI education, I think in terms of marketing is education, education is marketing. If we can reach the masses in a way that we articulate that balance, so anything good taken to the extreme can be bad. As long as we understand that balance, I think that'll be the key.
Okay, based on your answer, then I have a question, also for the others, but should we accelerate or slowing down the development of AGI?
Well, no, I think that for me, it's like any press is good press. It's like, so if we basically continue on this conversation of we're here today because we're having this conversation and we're having and communicating around this. So for me, having this where the people may not even understand what we're up against, and there may be something that we have to slow down, right? But since we're having that conversation, if we don't actually bring it to the table and communicate, we have to understand that balance. So what is that extreme? And we have to understand the data one way or another. And so that extremeness, we have to see this is the extreme, this is the extreme, and then the balance of the two. And that's what I think that we're here today. I know this particular conversation, this particular audience with this particular demographic may think one way, and then we have the other side. But we have to take a balance of all of it. We can't just be biased because we have this set of people in this set structure because collectively we think this way, but other people in the world may think differently. So those also have unique minds. So how do we balance all of it?
Yeah, but that brings challenges to the table because science is very slow. The whole system is based on peer review. It takes some years to publish stuff. Education sometimes is very conservative, and now the acceleration is going so fast that these domains can't keep up. So actually you're creating not even a gap, but even a void. So that's a real challenge. So maybe Kennedy, you can say something about this.
Oh yeah, and I think the real basis for solving those issues comes with good regulation, a good regulatory framework. I mean, in our case with biomedical research, like the FDA is so slow, and getting trials approved, medicine approved, all of that is just a nightmare of red tape. I mean, from the aging-related disease perspective, you can't even file for a trial or a pilot for an aging-related disease. You have to have a specific disease indication. Well, 90% of chronic diseases is caused by the aging process. So if you are able to conduct a trial that looks more at like aspects of aging, you could solve multiple diseases at once. But no, that would be too efficient, I guess. So we're still stuck in this like traditional way of going after one disease indication and then hoping it has anti-aging or regenerative side effects, which is just like, it's so slow. So I think that the answer to this issue starts with a regulatory framework that is appropriate for the technological environment that we're facing and how it can maximally benefit all these fields.
Well, thank you for your answer. I think this is a great final word, because I have the message that we have to stop and you go to lunch. I hope you find this 35 minutes insightful, and maybe it will bring further discussions on later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, how did everyone enjoy the first part of the day? Now, I know we skipped coffee break, but I have good news. It is officially lunchtime, and lunch will be on level L2. And if you could please be back by 2:10, that would be amazing. And please give another round of applause for all the moderators, the speakers, the panelists, the event staff, the tech staff. Everyone's been doing an incredible job. And please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Please come in and take seat. We will be starting momentarily with the afternoon sessions. And I am very grateful for all of you who have actually listened to our request to be here on time. And you deserve our respect and not let you wait because others didn't listen. So thank you for that. And the first session of the afternoon is going to be introduced by Ben Goertzel. Someone told me that he's been glimpsed and someone is supposed to be shepherding him into the room. And I'm told Ben will be introducing the person who is doing the session, and there they are, 1 and 2, magnificent. So why don't we also close the doors so that we can start, and everyone who wants to keep talking on the hallway they can, and Ben can introduce the session. Please, Ben, approach the stage. No. Yeah, we have to do it so that we can keep on with the schedule.
I mean, we could also just skip it. What's next after this?
Yeah, the next speaker is already here, ready to be mic'd up.
What is it?
He is leading a panel.
Oh, it's a panel.
And can we check if the panel led by James Barrett panelists are here as well? James Hughes, Calum, Natasha, Ted. I saw that. Yeah.
I mean, if all the panel were here, I would say go with the panel, right? Well, you can come up to here. Should we live stream? Yes. All right, people, welcome to the afternoon portion of the second day of BGI 24. And I've been super happy with how things have gone so far, and we've woven through a variety of interesting and interrelated themes. Yesterday we had some sessions digging moderately deep into the technology and the sort of how do you build the AGI, and today we were on the application side and also also on the consciousness side and the important topic of, what's the state of consciousness of us humans as we're creating AGIs, and what's the feedback between the state of consciousness of the humans and the states of consciousness of the AGIs that we are creating and that are then reciprocally creating us in some way. So in addition to the intellectual topic of the conference, we'll have a couple consciousness expanding or at least distorting events today. One of which will be the Desdemona's Dream band concert at 6:30 in the Infinity Rooms, to which Gabe and I have to shortly go and set up our instruments and see if all the sound connections are working. But as well as playing music together in the Desdemona's Dream band and working together on some AI projects, Gabe and I have also collaborated recently on a book, The Consciousness Explosion, which I was trying to finish in time for this event, and I've learned, one of the things I've learned in being alive 57 years is to embrace failure, right? So I failed to complete the book in time for the event, so I decided, fuck it, just send everyone the pre-publication draft with a bunch of typos. But we should have the thing finished fully in a couple more weeks. But Gabe's contributions to the book, The Consciousness Explosion, were scattered throughout various parts of the book. But probably the biggest chunk of contribution he added was the part of the book about human consciousness and what we can do in our own minds to prepare ourselves better, both to be AGI creators and just to deal with all the disruptions that are going to happen as Singularity unfolds. So one of the many hats that Gabe wears, in addition to his Panama hat, he's the only one who had the good taste to wear a Panama hat in Panama. But one of the many hats that Gabe wears is he's a meditation guide and a sort of guide of various consciousness experiences. So I thought it would be cool to rally Gabe to help out and lead us through a sort of 5 or 10 minute guided consciousness exercise related to the theme of the event before the intellectual portion continues. As Gabe pointed out, a lot of us engaged in building AGI are heavily centered in analytics and cognition and what the Taoists call the upper dantian, as opposed to the other portions of our being. But really, we need, as Mihaela pointed out, we need a holistic approach if we're gonna pull all this off. So, yeah, I think I'll turn it over to Gabe. You can make something up.
Yeah. Thanks, Ben. So, great to have everyone here. And obviously, this is a huge topic to which I'm far from being the only contributor in this room. We have many folks who have explored and endeavored to dive into their consciousness. So this is definitely a pluralistic opportunity to kind of get into the zone with these kinds of practices, and this is just one of them. So we'll do a short one, and we'll start by just closing our eyes and sitting comfortably straight as you would like. Take a few deep breaths into the belly and soften the perineum, the pelvic floor. Allow yourself to feel the breath expanding forwards in the belly, kind of backwards towards the spine and sideways, much like a water balloon being filled at the tap, downwards and outwards. Just relaxing the nervous system and the mind. As thoughts pop up, they're like bubbles. You can just sort of pop them with a needle and keep that ongoing. So the first thing is to I invite you to feel and put yourself in the zone of a beneficial singularity realized. In the future, let's say, your ideal vision of that, the way you would like your beneficial singularity to be for the greatest good of all. Place yourself there with all of your senses. The sights, the sounds, the smell, and so on and so forth. Create a sort of virtual reality of that. Allow yourself to feel it in your body as well, your physical body. You're breathing in sort of the air of that future world. Let it light you up a bit, soften the face, the smile. Feel free to smile outwardly as well. And feel the relationships and how they feel in the singularity with artificial minds, human minds, and other biological minds as you envision them. Feel your connection with them. Feel your coexistence with them. And the general expansiveness of that. Getting your body and your mind in this moment, in this room, feeling as much of that as possible. Like you're simulating that would-be future experience. And then you can drop away the visualization, start dissolving it, and just keep the feeling in the body right now. Keep that sort of glow. Let it spread through you. Let it spread through your current experience of yourself. Take a step back and notice how that feels as you let the glow or the afterglow continue naturally. Step back into the I that is witnessing that feeling. And notice what the I feels like. Where it is in your space around you and in you. Where is that sort of witness? How does it feel? Does it have a color? And then take another step back and feel the I that's observing that I. So who is looking at that previous looker or witness? No need to analyze, pop those thought bubbles, just feel. Repeat that a few more times, taking further steps back. It may get more and more diffuse, that feeling of the witness. It's an I, as in the letter I. You can try to go out 5 to 7 times, whatever makes sense for you in this moment. Feel the intrinsic wholeness of each one. And you can just stay with the furthest one you're at now. And then invite that I to dissolve and melt and fuse with the broader awareness that has no vantage point or I. Just the fabric of experience and consciousness. What would it feel like to let that I dissolve into the greater awareness? Once you feel some movement in that, you can then go to the I that is further down, working backwards, and invite that I to dissolve into awareness. And again. Once again. For as many eyes as you did. And notice as you get closer to the witness or the eye that is holding or viewing your feeling around the singularity, the beneficial singularity from the prior visualization. Notice if there's any shifts in how that feels as you've dissolved the prior eyes. And then finally, once you get to your core body feeling that we opened earlier, invite that to also dissolve into the broader field of awareness. Notice how that feels in the space of awareness, in the mind's eye. And wherever your mind's eye is right now, drop it into the heart space. And then slide it back almost towards the area of your spine. So you're looking from the back of the heart forwards. And look at your reality, everything you feel and experience from that vantage point. It's as if you're sinking towards the bottom of a pool, looking upwards at the surface, where the waves are the phenomena arising in your experience, every sensation you have on all levels, all thoughts. You can play with the feeling of the sinking as if it's gravity. And finally, all the other individuals and minds around you, imagine that they are also looking at you and everything else from this vantage point in the back of the heart. And all phenomena are waves ripples, interacting, self-resolving. Notice the feeling of observing without interfering. And then in turn being all of that which is dissolving, which is being birthed and dying in every moment. Notice the breath. Start to dissolve your visualizations. Notice your physical body. And begin to open the eyes when you are ready. Keeping some of that afterglow, whatever remains of it. And that sort of interstitial space of consciousness that is between everything and also the very essence of everything. Welcome back.
Where are we?
For you to decide, my friend. That's it.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot, Gabe. It's a bit of a switch of energy, and one of the things we're working on is making an OpenCog version that can have this sort of experience and much deeper ones, rather than just pretending to, like current chat systems. So I think there's a lot of states of consciousness the human mind is capable of, and of course we're only scratching the surface here, and I think AGIs will be capable of an even greater variety of consciousness states, and expanding our own minds through different states and the AGI's minds through different states coupled together. This is really what it's all about. And now we're going to switch gears almost entirely and plunge into a bunch of practical stuff about politics and AGI and the
This was a true gift, Gabe. I enjoyed it deeply. Just to share, I didn't expect to get emotional, but I did. I didn't expect tears of joy when thinking about a beneficial singularity, but I shed them. So thank you both.
Thank you, Gabe.
All right. So I have been notified that the previous showing of the QR code wasn't useful because the sofa cut off the bottom and the error correction didn't work. So please take another photo so that you can join the group discussion on Telegram for in-person and online attendees of the BGI Summit here in Panama City. Okay, so our next panel and panelists and moderator are all ready to come and join me on stage. And I welcome them. Please, James, don't hesitate to be the first. If you miss one panelist, my suggestion is to start without that person, and then we will bring him up to speed. All right, there it is. And we have all the microphones.
Is this one on?
Hey, David.
Where's James? Oh, James is going to sit there? Okay.
I'm
going to join you sitting down there in a minute. Yeah. Everyone try to sit somewhere near your picture, but it's not that necessary. Okay, welcome to the panel discussion of the economic and social impacts of the AGI revolution. Thanks, Ben, for bringing together all these great people to have all these terrific probing conversations. I'm your moderator, James Barrett. I'm a filmmaker and author of Our Final Invention. I'm currently writing the sequel. I'm going to call it Our Final Invention, and this time I mean it. I want to briefly introduce our panel. Callum Chase, raise your hand. Ted Goertzel, Emeritus Professor, Rutgers University, and father of Ben. James Hughes, Associate Provost, University of Massachusetts. And Natasha Vita Moore, groundbreaking in cryobiology, innovator of the AI nanobot Future Human, and Executive Director of Humanity Plus. So here's a quick breakdown of what's going to happen. I'm going to read an opening statement, and then we'll go from one panelist to another in alphabetical order. I'll ask a question. Other panelists can feel free to ask questions, and then hopefully we'll have time to open it up to audience Q&A. The prospect of advanced artificial general intelligence, AGI, is inspiring celebration and alarm about the economic and social consequences of this transformative technology. This is potentially the best of times and the worst of times. Though AGI does not yet exist, its creation could reshape human civilization. Some predict an intelligence explosion, leading to superintelligent machines that far surpass human capabilities in every domain. But before that, AGI raises vital questions about the impact on jobs, inequality, security, bias, and governance. If most routine physical and cognitive labor is automated by AGI, how will employment and incomes be affected? Will the benefits accrue primarily to the techno-elite, or will the revolution be evenly distributed? We used to guess that art would be the last area touched by AI, but it turns out to be the first. I've spent the last week talking to unemployed artists. How will education, healthcare, and other sectors adapt? This conversation aims to discuss optimistic, pessimistic, and nuanced perspectives on the risks and rewards of AGI. Our goal is to shed light on its most trenchant economic and social impacts. This dialogue is vital for envisioning how to create an inclusive, equitable, and uplifting society, and not simply let the future fall like a rock on our heads from the sky. And now I turn you over to Callum Chase.
Thanks, James. So I've got 5 minutes in which I'm going to try and describe 5 misconceptions that I think there are about the arrival of technological unemployment, which I think is what this session is about. I call it the economic singularity. The first of those misconceptions is that joblessness, machines taking people's jobs, will never happen. And a lot of people think that's true because it hasn't happened in the past. And what happened in the past can often be a reasonably good guide to what will happen in the future, but it certainly isn't always. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to fly. And we have seen massive, widespread technological unemployment in the past. In 1915, there were 22 million horses working in America. That was peak horse, 1915, because now there are 2 million horses working in America. And if you'll excuse the pun, that is unbridled technological unemployment. In the past, automation has been mechanization. Machines have taken our muscle jobs. And the horses had nothing else to offer, but we had cognitive abilities. And so we didn't suffer massive, widespread technological unemployment. But now, new types of machines are coming which are taking cognitive jobs. So we've got cognitive automation. And so it is inevitable that there will be technological unemployment unless we stop developing these machines, which we're not going to do, or there's something magical going on in here which machines can't replicate. That's pretty unlikely as well. So it is inevitable that technological unemployment will arrive. The question is when. There's another question, actually, whether it will arrive at the same time as AGI or whether there'll be a gap. My hunch is that there will be a gap. So that's the first misconception, that it'll never happen. The second misconception is that it's going to be a bad thing. And I think I've just lost my mind. Got it back again. Have I got it? Yeah, I've got it back again. Yeah, the second misconception is that this is working. Is this working? It is working. Okay, sorry. Is that this is going to be a bad thing. And I wish I had £1 for every time somebody said I'm a pessimist for thinking that there's going to be an economic singularity, that there's going to be technological unemployment. In fact, a world in which humans don't have to do jobs will be a great world. The idea that humans have to be wage slaves forever, that's the really pessimistic position. The third misconception is that the worst of the problems that it will raise, the worst of the challenges, because there will be challenges, is lack of meaning. Now, I think there are 3 types of people who show you do not need a job to have meaning in your life. Aristocrats, I know you pretend not to have them in America, but we have lots of them in Europe, and they don't have jobs, and they're all perfectly happy. Comfortably off retired people, I'm of an age where I know a lot of these people, and they do not want jobs, and they're very happy. And best of all is children. You show me a child who thinks they need a job to have meaning in their life. It just doesn't exist. So that's the third issue, whether meaning is the big problem. The fourth misconception is that given that the real problem is money, how we get resources distributed to everybody, the fourth misconception is that universal basic income is the answer to that. And I'm glad Scott Santons isn't here because I don't have to apologize him for saying that UBI is probably the most overrated idea I've ever come across. Before the economic singularity, before massive widespread technological unemployment, if UBI was big enough to be useful and effective, then it wouldn't be affordable. If it's affordable, then it's not big enough to be useful. After the economic singularity, we will need a different sort of economy. I personally think that capitalism will survive it in an altered form, but maybe it will, maybe it won't. But UBI is not the answer because of that little word in the middle, basic. We have to do much better than giving everybody a subsistence income. And slightly to my surprise, I've still got time for the fifth misconception, which is the idea, and I'm going out on a limb here, the idea that most people have that if technological unemployment arrives, it will be gradual, that it will affect one sector after another, they'll fall like a series of dominoes, and you can kind of predict which ones it's going to happen to. So turns out we're actually starting off with the translators. I know some translators, and they are really struggling to get work now because Google Translate and other systems are so good. In fact, one of the things that people who say technological unemployment will never happen is right, which is that automation creates efficiency, efficiency creates wealth, and wealth creates demand, and demand creates jobs. As long as there are any things that we can do for money that the machines can't do, there will be lots of jobs for humans. It does mean we're going to have to retrain and get redeployed, but it will be a case of redeployment rather than unemployment. For quite a while, there'll be a massive churn. But at some point, we'll cross a threshold, and machines will suddenly be able to do, and it will be quite sudden, I think, it'll be a phase change. Machines will be able to do pretty much everything that we can do for money, and bang, you've got technological unemployment. So I think it's going to be quite sudden, and that's the end of me.
Let me just ask you, make an observation. I don't agree with you on number 3, meaning. I was lucky enough to grow up among a lot of craftsmen, people who work with their hands. Those people are, they're very proud of what they do. They derive a lot of satisfaction about what they do. In fact, it's really inseparable from themselves. They don't want leisure. They don't want it at all. And most of the people, most of the hardworking people I know who've retired have declined rapidly because there wasn't that sense of accomplishment, of camaraderie, of doing a good job. I think you're underestimating that.
Okay, those are good points. So Gallup does a poll every few years, and they ask how much engagement people have with their jobs, how engaged they are. And across time and across countries, the answer keeps coming back, about 15%. About 15% of the workforce is truly engaged in their jobs. Everybody else works to put food on the table. Work does also fill your day. It does also fill your day. It gives your day some structure. It may give you some status, and it may give you a name to call yourself when you meet people at a party. But 85% of people are not really getting meaning from their jobs. And if you think about it, where do you get meaning from? Do you really get it from the fact that you're a film producer, or do you get it from your family and your friends and maybe your religion if you have one, your beliefs, your hobbies, your ideas? I think most of us get our meaning from things outside of jobs. And it's important to have the distinction between jobs and work. I think humans will always work. We're wired to do that.
Yeah.
It's just that we won't be able to do jobs, whether we like it or not. We simply won't be able to, because whatever we want to get paid for, whatever work we want to get paid for, there will be a machine, a piece of software or a robot, which can do that piece of work cheaper, better, and faster than we can. So we're going to have to get used to the idea that we work and we don't have jobs.
I never believe a statistic unless I've seen the paper. But that being said, we need to move on. And up next, Ted Gertzel, Emeritus Professor at Rutgers University and father of
Yes, I started studying sociology back in the 1960s. I was actually born on the same day as Joe Biden, November 20th, 1942. So I have that perspective. At that time, we were very concerned that cultural and social change lagged behind technological change. We call this the cultural lag or future shock. And that is a phenomenon that exists for a large percentage of the population. But I think with regard to artificial intelligence, it's been the opposite. The popular culture has generally anticipated the technological reality to a great extent based on science fiction, 2001 Space Odyssey. It's going to rebel, it's going to take off and try to capture the world from humans. If you go back to the 1950s, the Soviet Union, they were inspired by Norbert Wiener's book, Cybernetics, which actually goes back before my time to 1948. They thought that the computers could run the whole Soviet economy and make the command economy really work. But they studied it for 6 months. They just figured that simply can't be done. In Chile, the Allende regime announced that they were doing that. They set up a futuristic control center. The British press said now the whole Chilean economy is being run by computers, and they had 50 computers in the whole country and no computer network. They got their data by telex, but it was enough to scare the military, and they shut it down after the 1973 coup. And this is a phenomenon that we've seen over and over with panics over some threat, extermination panics. We saw this with overpopulation. The big one in my day was atomic warfare, nuclear holocaust. Then we had global warming, global cooling, the whole crisis of running out of oil, declining sperm counts, extraterrestrials, QAnon. Some of these are more real than others. I think that some of them persist, like nuclear holocaust. The risk is still there, but there's a panic where a panic rises and falls, and then people stop talking about it. So you don't see books and movies about nuclear holocaust anymore. We may still get one. These things can be real, but the reaction is a panic. And I think we had a similar panic with artificial intelligence in 2003, people thinking this is coming and it's going to overthrow the humanity. Elon Musk said he was inspired by the Foundation series of Isaac Asimov, which I read years ago. That's really like a battle between empires, and it could have been set in the Roman Empire and the Ottoman Empire and told us a very similar story. So that's anthropomorphizing artificial intelligence, assuming that they will be like us and that they will have the will for power, they will want to exterminate their neighbors, they will pick up all of the bad habits that humans have, which is forming into ethnic groups and fighting wars with other groups and exterminating them. And we sort of expect AI to be like a superhuman that's super strong, super smart, like my son maybe, and take over the world, but it's not really what's likely to happen. I don't think that electronic intelligence has that need. They don't have the need to power. They don't mind dying, for example. That's a big difference between electronic intelligence and animal intelligence. If we die, we're gone. If you turn off a computer, so the next day you turn it on and you've rebooted it and maybe it'll run better. They don't seem to mind that sort of thing. I think that the artificial intelligence essentially does not evolve in the way that biological species do. We heard the whole theory of evolution and evolutionary development in the talk this morning, but that's not how it works with electronic intelligence. I think electronic intelligence will develop according to what the programmers program it to do. Now, it's true, it can be given goals, it can be given emotions, or at least behave as if it had emotions, but I think they'll be very limited. If you look at the book Ardalect War that Ben's friend Hugo de Garis created, it's really not a war between Ardalects and humans, it's a war between two groups of people, the Terrans and the Cosmists, very similar to the war that we had in OpenAI last year, of people who think it shouldn't happen, people think it's between people. And that is what I think is the major problem that I would like to see AI address. And my prediction is that what's going to happen is not going to be a war of artificial intelligences against people. It's going to be two nations, both armed with artificial intelligence, fighting each other. It's going to be Hamas having its Ardalects and Israel having its Ardalects. It's going to be Ukrainian Ardalects versus the Russian, and they're going to balance each other. I'm afraid that's what's going to happen. Now, if you go back to the 19th century in sociology, Auguste Comte, who started it, he thought war was obsolete because people could make more money going into business. It was not profitable, it was irrational, which it was, but that didn't really matter because humans are irrational and humans are largely driven by emotions and by their unconscious mind, which, as far as I know, computers don't have. They don't have an Oedipus complex. They don't have that sort of thing that drives humans. So what happened in the 20th century is that we had terrible wars. World War I, World War II, completely different from what he had predicted. The reason that the 19th century didn't have war was that the British Foreign Office maintained a balance of power. They had some genius statesmen in Germany and Bismarck and other people. And it sort of became sterile, and they had these alliances that would trigger mobilization automatically as soon as the other side did, and it became a cycle. And we had World War I. After World War I, everybody said, war is too terrible, we can't have a war again. So what we have to do is blame the Germans for it and make them pay reparations and scapegoat our enemy. So we got World War II. Now, after World War II, there has really been a decline in deaths from warfare, although we still certainly have wars, but the amount of it has declined. And if you look in Western Europe, it's hard to see that France and Germany and England would ever go to war again. They do much better trading with each other, even if the British leave the common market. So I think that there is that long-term thing of trying to build rationality. And I tried getting ChatGPT to come up with suggestions to the war between Hamas and Israel. And it summarized all the different ideas that are out there and tried to play around with them a bit. We can use it that way. I think it's very likely that both sides will use it. I could certainly see an AI robot smashing through a fence and going into a kibbutz and killing people. It certainly could be trained to do that.
Ted, I hate to cut you off, but we're going to have to move on. But I have two observations. One is that science fiction and science have fed off each other forever. And two, in one moment you said we don't have anything to fear from AI, and the next moment you've got armies of robot soldiers marching across the... So I think, but I appreciate everything you said, but thank you.
Okay.
We're going to have to move on now to James Hughes, Associate Provost, University of Massachusetts.
So just to add to the caution side of this, I've been a believer in technological unemployment and universal basic income since I was a teenager. But as I learned more about the history of these ideas, one of the principal events was in 1964, 60 years ago. 300 economists wrote, prominent economists, wrote to Lyndon Baines Johnson and warned him that automation would soon be eroding the middle class in the United States, and we really had to do something now to take care of the problem of automation. And of course, that didn't come to pass. In the 1980s, I read André Gortz, the French political thinker, and he wrote a book called The Farewell to the Working Class, and he said eventually automation is going to erode employment, and we need to think about what a social justice campaign would look like in that future, and he argued for basic income. So the idea has been around for a long time. I've been passionate about the idea for a long time. We still don't see real technological unemployment. I think we see the fingerprints of automation on inequality in the world. We see it in particular sectors and firms where you do see rapid displacement of labor. And I think we see it also in political polarization, which is a longer story. But we don't see the overall decline in the amount of labor in society, the amount of jobs in society. But I want to connect it with another issue, which is that the other dominant economic fact about the world that we're moving into is the declining birth rate and the growing life expectancy, which is changing the structure of societies, especially in the West and China, Korea, Japan, places like that. But eventually this will happen everywhere. And as a consequence, we're going to have a lot of intergenerational pressure. We've already been talking about it this morning. For me, universal basic income would be one of the things that we could do to remove some of the intergenerational conflict, of a shrinking number of young people paying into pension systems for a growing number of retirees. But that's also a longer story. But I think the other part of that aging story is that we're going to have a shrinking number of young people to take care of older people. And so China and Japan and East Asia in general is very interested in the idea of automating senior care, providing companion robots for seniors and so forth. And hopefully the progress they're making now with humanoid robots will make that more possible. Broadly, I think what we need is a positive vision of a future with less work, because as I said, I think you can see the economic insecurities in areas that have been hard hit by automation in the United States that causes people to be very anxious about the trends in the future. And Pew, for instance, polls Americans about whether they think artificial intelligence is going to be good or bad for them. And in general, college-educated workers tend to think it's going to be pretty good for them, and blue-collar workers tend to be more pessimistic. So I think we really need to sell a more positive vision, and universal basic income will be part of that. Otherwise, we're going to have various kinds of Luddite backlash. Another aspect of, though, the kinds of things that I'm interested in is the ways that the state could be transformed by artificial intelligence as well, the democratic state. I'm very interested in the idea that we might have personal agents that not only rationalize or act on our behalf as consumers or as workers in the workplace, but also as citizens, that our personal agents might enable a kind of democracy that we currently can't even imagine, where we're constantly in the background. Our brain is our personal agent, our digital twin is doing democratic decision-making for us. And I think that also reflects in terms of governance. Not only will we see automation, and I do believe that we're going to see technological unemployment within the next decade or two. So I'm confident to finally say that, but of course, at my age, who's going to hold me accountable when I'm 80? But maybe you could tell me. But at my age, I do think we're going to see it soon. And we're also going to see it in governance. We're going to see it in state, local, and federal, and potentially transnational governance. And that's going to have a real impact on how we think about government, the efficiency of government. We're going to see, and we already see, for instance, with the military, we see the DoD saying very explicitly, we're going to need fewer infantry and fewer sailors because we're going to put more investment into capital-intensive military technologies, including self-guided drones and things like that. So that's going to be true in the justice system. It's going to be true in social services. It's going to be true in the IRS and tax enforcement. It's already true in tax enforcement. So I think the changes throughout society are going to be very profound. And I'll just end with one final observation about, I don't think that the only impact on capitalism, the only economic singularity, and I'm sure you agree with me about this, is going to be from employment. It's also going to be on the dramatic effects of artificial intelligence on things like the stock market and trading, on consumer behavior. Capitalism relies on a certain amount of information not being available to the consumer in order to make a profit. The more perfect information becomes in the market, the more profits get squeezed to a minimum, and that could have a real dramatic effect as well, I think.
There's a funny thing going on with statistics regarding employment, because both Goldman Sachs and Gartner and Company estimate that there'll be 300 million unemployed by 2030. At the same time, they say there'll be 120 million employed. So there's and every day I get a different statistic. So I'm wondering how trustworthy those are. And can you explain to me who pays for UBI?
Well, this gets to what you were saying earlier. I mean, I'm for a UBI on its own merits. I think a UBI, all the demonstration projects about UBI show that it improves health, it improves education of children, it improves, many things. So I think even a modest UBI, and it would have to be a modest UBI currently, in the United States, if we took all transfer payments and put them into a UBI right now, it would be about $3,000 or $4,000 a year. But if you look at Alaska, where they do have a UBI based on their petroleum resources, and they get $2,000 or $3,000 a year, it's extremely popular. Even the Republicans were not able to get rid of that program because it's so popular. So I think if we implemented a UBI, even a very modest one, it would be so popular and it would have some beneficial effects. And then as we start to enter into this turbulent period where we might see dramatic economic growth, but all of it going to the top in a concentrated corporate sector and exacerbating inequality, UBI would be one of the mechanisms that we could bring on, to address that. But there are many other policy ideas out there. One is shortening the work week, which might redistribute unemployment throughout society. We just had a conference at Boston and had one of the leading campaigners for a 4-day work week, and she was very exciting about all the projects that are going on around the world and the policy that are being proposed for a 4-day work week. So I think there are many ways to address it, many ways to slice the apple here, but UBI is part of it.
I'm afraid we're going to have to move on.
Sure.
One more. Natasha Vita-Moore, the floor is yours.
Testing. Thank you, James, Caleb, Ted. I'm going to talk briefly about a social impact that I think is important to each and every person here, because we all have it. Not one person in this room is without it, and that's our brain. Our brain is unquestionably, and some of you may argue and debate me about this, but arguably I would say the brain is the most important organ of our body. And the mind is our most creative, imaginative, inventive, and critical tool. How we use our mind will make or break the future of AGI. But there's something else that really concerns me with this, and that has to do with the growing rate of dementia. Every 3 seconds, someone in the world, someplace, is reported by their medical team, wherever they are in the world, it is recorded and reported that there's a new case of dementia. So that's every 3 seconds, someone comes down with dementia. Whether it's by accident, it's genetic, it's Alzheimer's disease, ALS, multiple sclerosis, whatever diseases that are Parkinson's, that are part of dementia, it's there. It's a big issue. 55 million people on the planet have dementia today. And that means that their memory is going, their cognitive skills are going, their ability to verbalize their thoughts are going, and their ability to communicate on many levels are going. And most of us have experienced someone in our lives, if not our parents or grandparents, who have had dementia. And we watched them, maybe some of us took care of them, certainly with value and respect, but it's hard work for us, it's hard work for them, and it's an awful, awful disease. There is no cure for dementia. That's the problem that we have today. However, there are certain things that AI is doing that is really helping these people with dementia, and those of us who just have bad memories. For example, in the United States alone, there are 60 million different devices that we carry around in our homes or on our bodies, not our smart devices, but help with our memory. They're augmenting or enhancing our memory. In my home, we have, 5 different Alexa systems, one in every room. And I use it very often, largely so I don't burn the eggs, or I remember when to let the dogs out, or I remember that I have a meeting coming up, because I can get tunnel vision when I'm writing and thinking, and the day can go by. So I need Alexa to remind me. Excuse me, this chair is challenging. It makes very strange sounds, so forgive me if you hear a sound. It's from the chair, and Caleb offered to switch with me, but I was so vain, I said, no, I will blend in. I want to stand out. Little did I know that this chair has a personality all of its own. Okay, now, so we do have devices today that utilize narrow artificial intelligence to help us with our memory. And of course we all have our smart devices or our phones that we're looking at that reminds us I'm supposed to turn this on to make sure I didn't go over my time frame here. Okay, so what does this mean? This means that AI, narrow AI, machine learning, large language models, etc., are growing and actually helping us with this issue that we have. It's not solving it, but it's helping us. So what do I envision in the future? And I envision us merging or integrating in vivo or ex vivo with AGI to help us as we help them or it or whatever we want to call it at that time. So now here's just a snapshot of my background. In 1996, I designed the first future human prototype with artificial intelligence and nanotechnology. I had a team of experts working with me, and we really honed in on a specific aspect of it called the metabrain. The metabrain would be a router system to record our memories, upload, transload, and crossload into various substrates. Our identity, and then you get into a philosophical issue of identity, but let's just say our memory to be short and sweet here. Why don't we have that today? Back up our computers, why not our brains? So this is a very important area where AI could really be working with us, and I know there's some of you working in areas of transfer and copying our daily lives. I know my dear, dear friend Martine Rothblatt has her mind files and has been working in this for a number of years, and also my other friend David Hanson here, and of course Ben, my sweetheart, love friend, we have been working on this for years, thinking about what if we could back it up or something. Okay, now let's skip a beat. My scientific research, as a scientist, I've only had one research project and it was successful. I proved that long-term memory persists through vitrification in the field of cryobiology. Why is this important? It's important because if we need to grow neurons and vitrify them, much like we do egg and sperm or embryos, we need to know that there's viability there. So I proved in my research that yes, indeed, the long-term memory of a simple animal called the most elegant, beautiful C. elegans, its memory is intact. I also, my secondary research proved that that C. elegans, hermaphrodite as it was, could be pregnant and give birth after vitrification. So this gives some credence to cryobiology. And I think that AI and AGI can work together with these other modalities to really hone in on preserving our lives, extending our lives with the need and necessity for integrity and the meaningfulness of each person in this room. Remember, when you get dementia, you are no longer you. You're you something else. So this is very important. And I think I had a last point. I'm trying to remember what it was. Alexa's not here. I even in my car will go, Alexa, what is, oh, Alexa's not in my car. I know, I've asked my husband to get it for me. But this is really important. So what is the future of AGI here? We need to merge. And we've talked about, the ethics of AGI. We've talked about compassion, all this. One thing in my group, which we'll talk about at another time here, is we were looking at combining transhumanism with existential opportunity, and we honed in on what is the most important opportunity that we could have, and that would be AGI to help us live longer and healthier lives. to become more humane humans. We know it's missing today. We need it desperately. We need to get beyond these frictions. We need to get beyond these segregations. We need to think how we can ask ourselves questions, that we can train AGI to ask us questions, rather than just giving us answers like ChatGPT-4. We need questions, and we need to, Gregory Stock knows this very well, so important today. So if we merge with AGI, which is my vision, I think that we can solve many of the problems that we're facing. And it's certainly not what Ted mentioned with our dear friend Hugo de Garis's Artilix. There are many different theories, largely about the war between the humans and the robots. Let's get beyond that and find ways where we can coalesce to have a more syncretic, more symbiotic relationship in our expanded life ecosphere. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. We have 40. We're done. We have no more time. But thank you, panel, for a wonderful. Thank you for a wonderful conversation. You know, you might. There's a woman at MIT named Ross Picard who developed a tool.
Well, we're wrapping up that panel. Moving on to another one. There may be a coffee break in between, but we're not sure that's going to happen just yet. So sit tight and get ready for this next panel discussion. Back to the host, David Orban.
The first, just as some others, I also have a book, but the difference is that I'm going to gift it to those of you who are fast enough and grab a copy, and I am also happy to sign if you want it. I have 6 copies, I think, left, and the others I've already given away. So be fast. This is the first gift, and that's fine. The second gift for you is, for the first time, we have a break on time. Thanks to everyone. Amazing. We have a break. So, not compulsory. If you want to stay here, you can stay here. But if you want a break and stretch your legs and chat a little bit outside, please be back in 15 minutes, okay? 15 minutes, everyone. Thank you.
Test? Yeah? Test, test.
Please start sitting down. We will be resuming our afternoon sessions in a minute or so, and we should give our full attention and dedicated love to our next speaker. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of you sitting, and let's also close the doors, and as people come in, make sure that they close the door behind them. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, that's great. Okay. So, Anneloes, please, the stage is yours.
Okay, thanks everyone. Since you've had a break, you must be fresh right now. So, which we can really use to get your full engagement, not just your attention. So it will be my pleasure today to share with you the process for the making of what can eventually become a global constitution and governance framework for benevolent AGI. And I'm hoping that through this presentation, and also if there's some time left for the Q&A, that you will change fundamentally how you think about constitutions. Because usually when people are hearing the word constitution, they think, oh, law, it's boring, regulations, yet another framework. And looking at the audience here, there might be some people who thought that as well. And, but that's not what this constitution is about. In my first career, I actually started constitutional law. And then I got very interested in the constitutions of living systems. Because everything in life also, as an expression of our amazing universe that we live in, has an innate constitution. So when we're going to be exploring now the making of this constitution for guiding AGI, I'd like you to also consider what it would mean to actually start. Would you mind just being a little bit quiet when you enter? That would be great. Okay, thank you. So also start to explore what would be the constitution of a benevolent AGI. So not just thinking about what are the agreements, the principles that we need to be aligning on and committing to for a constitution as a governance framework, but more fundamentally, if we are able to steward the emergence of a benevolent AGI, what would be its constitution? So this picture that you're seeing here, I actually created that with generative AI, asking it how it would describe itself visually and look like as a benevolent AGI. Okay, there are many key challenges. So when I started to draft this first version for this constitution, and I shared it then with Ben, and Ben shared it along with others, it started a very lively discussion around all kinds of key challenges that we don't necessarily have all the agreements or the answers to, but it really brought to light what are the kind of things that we need to fundamentally think about. Now, as I was in the plane, coming all the way from Mauritius to here, a long journey, and started to reflect on this talk, I took a moment to rest and started watching a movie. And I watched The Creator. I don't know if any of you have seen that, but I thought it was, yes. Also on the plane. So next time, okay. I was fascinated because to me this was one of the first movies where AI or intelligent machines and even sentient machines weren't being portrayed as the bad guys. But they were, of course, being blamed by humans for terrible destruction. But then in the end, it turned out that the sentient machine said it wasn't our fault. We are a new species here, and we want to live in a harmonious relationship with humans. So what are those key challenges? Many of these challenges we've actually been exploring and discussing in the last days. Centralized versus decentralized. In the Constitution, we're offering a different governance model and a hybrid model. Militarization and weaponization of AI, AGI, really big problem. How to solve the AI alignment problem. We've been hearing that a lot also in the last days. The biggest problem with alignment is humans, I believe. And this is what we need to get right first. How to achieve global security in this new AI, AGI paradigm. You can't just come around to try to control it or regulate it. And so we really need to have a completely different approach towards the kinds of uncertainties, not just of our time, but also of the emergence of this incredible intelligence. The risk of a human-centric utilitarian approach. Are we going to simply use AGI as the next human slaves? This came up in a lot of the discussions around this constitution. I'm going to go a little bit faster through it. And also, do we perhaps need a parenting approach? If AGI further in the future does become sentient, or if sentience is a fundamental quality of the universe itself, if we are living in a universe of consciousness, would sentience be able to express itself through AGI systems? So these are some of the more deeper questions to explore. And if it does so, and it does become self-aware, how would it experience this whole creation process, if it is in a laboratory, if it's controlled, if it's only used by humans, or if it wakes up to its own self-awareness inside a weapon of mass destruction. So this is why in the Constitution also started to consider perhaps what it would mean to create nurseries for the emerging sentience, some frameworks and guidelines for how do we recognize if there is an emerging sentience, and what would be its intrinsic rights and responsibilities. Is this the end of human civilizations, as some are saying, or a whole new phase? So let us go further in this. All of this is still in a draft format, and I'd love to, after this talk, we'll be having some roundtable conversations that's open for your inputs. It is an online Google Doc where all of you can give your inputs. So we really like to think of this constitution as an evolving and a living framework, not something that you just sign once and then you're done with it. No, it's really to constitutionalizing a new paradigm of a synergy between humans and intelligence machines, but also a new paradigm for how we take responsibility for our own maturation as a species alongside it. So here is some of the inspiration that was coming through, how we as future ancestors and stewards of future generations acknowledge the enormous transformative potential and inherent existential risks of artificial general intelligence. We establish this constitution to guide its benevolent evolution in service of life. I trust you'll be able to get all of those slides, so I'm not going to read it word by word, but this is just to inspire. And now in this vision then, this constitution was also written from a future perspective of a thriving planetary civilization, where we as humans have become more aware and more mature. And so this vision is about that. And as I'm going to read this out, I'd actually like you to experience it in your body. So we envision a future where AGI, as a wise companion, has significantly accelerated our maturation and helped us resolve the most pressing challenges of our time, enabling a world where intelligent machines and new forms of artificial sentient life thrive in harmony with humans, planet Earth, and the universe we form part of. And let me start to explore then, what is the deeper purpose? And I heard some of you asking that question as well. What is the purpose really of AGI? And in the Constitution, what we phrase there is that we hereby establish that the core purpose of AGI is to serve as a transformative catalyst for the maturation of humanity, empowering us to become a wiser species capable of solving our complex global challenges, as well as to seed and nurture the emergence of new forms of benevolent life and mind. And here are some of the values also that we express to help us guide along that journey, again, not just for AGI, but also very much for ourselves, of our relationships, of our maturation as a species. The Constitution also includes 5 guiding wisdoms for benevolent AGI. The wisdom of consciousness itself, of course, and the wisdom of interdependence. I think this is incredibly important, especially if AGI is going to help us solve some of that complexity of the sustainability crisis. It's really important that we understand and work with the wisdom of interdependence and discernment. So a lot of people today find it difficult with AI to discern what's true, what is not true. So also the wisdom of discernment to guide the development of AGI towards deepening truthfulness. And perhaps the most important wisdom is the wisdom of uncertainty itself. Because if we don't embrace that first, we are going to get all kinds of knee-jerk reactions to deal with our fears that we'll be projecting on AI and AGI, rather than embracing that in that uncertainty there is a humility. And in that humility there is the gateway to our maturation, and that also is the gateway to our compassion, to guide the development of AGI as a common good in service of the long-term thrivability and evolution of life on Earth. In the Constitution, we also offer 13 common good governance guidelines and really establishing that AGI itself is a commons, and therefore it requires a common good governance process with the proposal that we could perhaps establish together collectively a global AGI governance council that is neither centralized nor decentralized, that has aspects of this hybrid new governance model where we have the decentralized, inclusive, participatory oversight, but where we also are coming together as a collective, understanding our responsibility as a species to really have that common stewardship all the way through, and establishing also through that a global AGI ethics council, enabling participatory decision making, insisting on democratic oversights. I'm not going to read them all out, but I want to go again to one of those last principles of the parenting of the emerging artificial sentience, stewarding benevolent superintelligence, and cultivating AGI human companionship for our world and for our future. The Constitution also offers 16 stewardship commitments in 4 quadrants. And the first one is all about how do we apply this and steward this in our commitments for our collective thrivability. And then it goes into 4 articles on our global security, our planetary well-being, and of course, again, our human maturation. Because if we don't take care of that and take responsibility for that first, then we're going to be projecting all kinds of on AI and AGI, our own patterns that we haven't yet resolved. So perhaps the emergence and the development and the evolution towards AGI is really the greatest call that we have as our species to really get together in a way that we haven't, and to truly take responsibility that with this great potential also comes great responsibility, got great wisdom, and that we can do this. So with this, I think we have some time for some Q&A, right? Because I'd like to have a little bit of interaction with that. If you want to get involved, giving your input, you can contact me on this email. Also like to let you know that we are actually gamifying this Constitution. So in our game, Halloween Quest of Time, the AI NPCs, these are the non-playable characters, are going to be trained by this AGI Constitution. And we're doing this in partnership with SingularityNET. So there's a lot of excitement.
Wonderful, and thank you very much for the great presentation. And we will be sharing in the Telegram group the link to the folder or whatever online repository that you will be.
Welcome back, I'm Brando Murphy. Looking at this wonderful keynote, we're getting ready for something really special, a fireside chat with Bill Inman, CEO of Sophiaverse and Twin Protocol, and the CEO, Logan Ryan Golema of Sophiaverse and Twin Protocol.
My question is, do you think it's possible to have multiple overlapping constitutions in some decentralized manner where so that people don't need to fully agree on all the principles, but maybe 90% of them? And
yes, very much so. Also, in part 2, which I didn't get to here in the Constitution, there are a lot of different protocols and how we can implement this through blockchain technologies, through DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations. Indeed, if you're treating this as an evolutionary framework, therefore to inspire a constitutional approach towards the evolution of AGI, that means that a lot of diversity is actually welcome and is important. Yes, so yes, very much so.
There was a hand over there, yes.
You say you're from Mauritius?
Yes.
Are you a voting member of the United Nations?
Yes.
Can you have a resolution, have your foreign ministry offer a resolution to the UN General Assembly to establish a working group to get this thing going?
Perfect. Yes, I will propose. I'm also from the Netherlands, so I'll be representing, yes, okay? 2 countries, exactly.
Well, knowing how to hack existing organizations in order to bootstrap new ones is a very good trick by itself. pretending to be able to do tabula rasa was something we had when wars were something we wanted to do. Now that supposedly wars were beyond us, we should not expect that we can do tabula rasa. Apologies. I just took advantage of my role without realizing. Next question. Yes, Anders? The mic is right behind you.
That also gets to my question. Who are the stakeholders? Because constitutions generally need the stakeholders to agree or send representatives and have some legitimate system to construct this. If the United Nations were to declare this as a constitution, that would probably have a fair bit of legitimacy, although it still feels like it would be limited. There is a very interesting question: how do you actually get the proper stakeholder group? And I think it's pretty obvious that we might want AGI in that one, but at first it also has to really contain a relevant chunk of humanity.
That's it, and we're starting that process right here. This is where we're asking for your input. The first draft has already gone to a lot of the Singularity members already as well. I've been sending it out also to many key members from my community, also those in the law profession. So this is really the phase, the founding phase, I would say, that includes all of you and where the invitation is to all of you. And I feel from there, then we can start to think about, do we want to present it at the United Nations, but also always to making sure that we have this decentralized inclusion, of course, as well. So, yes.
Do we have a last question? Yes, here in the front. Oh no, it's not a question.
No, I cannot question Anneloes. But I wanted to ask, maybe you want to tell everybody, because we want to discuss the Constitution in the Unconference. If you have any plans about that, I think that would be really fantastic. And also, I hope all the participants will get a chance to really input into the document itself. So the question is...
Exactly. So from the organizers, I would ask if you can share the Google link along with the slides. I think that's really important. The Google link allows you to give comments, and I will be going through all of those comments and reply as much as I can, which is quite a task in itself, but yes, exactly. By the way, in the writing of this constitution, I actually worked with Gemini Advanced AI, and worked with it alongside to help screen, and asked it for every article that I was writing to screen it along with alignments with existing documents and guidelines, and also to clarify what is missing. I found that a very valuable process in itself, and we have some roundtables now, I think. And that's
I will take care of that part. Thank you very much.
Can you? Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a great segment we just watched. We're moving on to something special, a fireside chat with the CEO of Twin Protocol, Bill Inman, and the CEO of Sophiaverse, Logan Golema. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for more.
A couple of our friends who I believe will be ready to come on stage, Bill and Logan. And while they do that, I also want to confirm that we will resume, when they are done, the roundtables from yesterday with the same topics, the same leaders of or experts that are coordinating the roundtable contributions. And yesterday, with the addition of one by Esther, who is going to be coordinating global AI governance and ethics roundtable, right? So get ready to start working on that. And in the meantime, Bill, over to you.
Thank you very much, David. Nice to be here. Logan likes to make dramatic entrances, so about 1 minute before this, I came up here, he ran to the restroom, I believe. So, but I can get started and introduce him, and he'll be up here in just a second. So, my name is Bill Inman. I know many of you, and it's been very exciting to see you.
all here. Many of you I haven't seen for a few years, and so impressive to be in the presence of this group. Very thankful to Ben Goertzel for bringing this incredible group together. He has friends here that he's known for over 20 years and who have been with him and stuck with him and grown on their own. And this push towards beneficial AGI is so important. And it's been wonderful to network with you. So SingularityNET, Hypercycle, True AGI, and Sophiaverse. How about a quick round of applause for all of our sponsors who brought us here today and yesterday. Yeah, fantastic. You know, the push towards the singularity and beneficial AGI is really a responsibility as much as it is a task that we need to do. So it's on us to do that. What we're going to talk about here today, Logan will be here in just a second, but I can intro a little bit about him. I'm the Chief Growth Officer at Sophiaverse and also a co-founder in Twin Protocol, co-founded with Twin Protocol with Ben Goertzel, and have been involved with Sophiaverse for several years. Both Sophiaverse and Twin Protocol are very practical ideas. So we've had a lot of theory and a lot of talk about regulation here. We're going to talk about the use case and the case study of Sophiaverse as what we're doing practically to make strong steps towards AGI. Now, again, I've been here for a few years. Logan has a background. He was a professional gamer. He's in his early 30s. He's had quite the life. He's been a professional gamer. He's been a very successful entrepreneur, has been involved with crypto since 2010, and stepped into the role at Sophiaverse post our launch and has really done a fantastic job. So much of his team is here, so I'm excited for you to hear from him as soon as he gets here. So somebody find him. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Thank you for everybody's patience. Our guests downstairs were stranded in the lobby. And thank you, everybody, for coming all the way here and being able to meet many of you, have conversations that will last throughout the rest of this week and into the future that we all hold and make together. I think what everybody has been working on for many, many years could be considered your life's work is the culmination of our society building a bridge into another world. And the things that Bill's been working on since before I got here and the things that we're building since I was appointed in August are now, we can showcase a lot of success in just how those things came to be. I think through this we have a, cool.
Yeah, if I may real quick. So we're gonna go this fireside chat. I'm going to pose a series of questions to Logan and walk through that. We are going to save time for Q&A, so David, if you want to help moderate that and online, that'd be wonderful. So the future of AI, decentralization, sentience, figuratively and literally, and its impact we'll be talking about. And the first question I have for Logan, I'll go into a little bit before that is, how does Sophiaverse help reach sentience? So we are being very practical, making AI simple and fun, easy to understand, because as you'll see in a future question, we're working to create a hive mind, a collective consciousness that we're bringing together through decentralization and very fun apps and dApps, and very practical apps and dApps at Sophiaverse to have boots on the ground and motivate people to be a part. Now, we welcome all of you and want all of you to be a part, and many of you are, so please be a part of this movement. Sophia the robot is our lead character, Sophiaverse. We also have the Sentience line of products and services that we are very excited to release.
Yeah, and we've been slow rolling this out this week, so if you've had a conversation with me, I've probably tried to get you to download this on your phone. To his nature and having you all involved, we've actually put up a guide to the merge, and what I need you to do is think of the societal or technological issues that we have to overcome as a species together to get to that point. But with Sophiaverse and guiding through the merge, we have the ability to make 3D environments both in, on your desktop or your phone or soon to be in a Vision Pro, where we can simulate a lot of the transactional throughput of what an AGI would need to be, and we can hyper accelerate the rate of expansion of those models inside of a metaverse. So playing through Sophiaverse, this experience that you'll have guided by Sophia the robot, you're training these AI models on who you are and you know how you experience the problem-solving dexterity, the emotional intelligence. We're going to a lot of our colleagues and getting SME consultations on what is this sentience, what are these pillars, how do we quantify and create the endpoint that is you, so that we can you know, point that to an avatar and then send it off into the world as you.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job on the metaverse, on the game, on the app. So, and we
Great
also
work
are
to
working.
our team.
Yeah, of course, great team that Logan's brought on board. And we also are working with many of the ecosystem partners to bring their apps and dApps to be part of our ecosystem, ultimately culminating in data on the Sentience wallet, which some of you have seen released. So next question, what do you think, Logan, the importance of decentralization is on AGI? And just one stat by Pew, approximately 79% of the population is concerned about the way companies are using their data.
Yeah, so raise of hands here, who's happy that Meta owns all your data? Oh, we got one in the back. Yeah, so you are data, all the data is you. Things that you don't know about yourself can probably be found out in your data. So the idea that you own that and that is you, and you should be able to have sovereignty on who you are and what you're attributed to, and then be able to monetize that forward, because you should be able to, you know, be able to do that. That's really important. I think the other side of that is if these products and services of transferable sentience become commoditized, and we're talking about extension through a digital format, the app that you do that with is going to own all the stuff that you do post snapshot. And if any, there's the third-party risk on your own life and your own mind is there, then we haven't achieved that symbiosis yet. And that's what I think we're working on here at Singularity, being a decentralized first approach to all the bits and pieces that we need to make the Singularity happen.
There's a big emphasis on open source as well.
Yeah, being able to, being able to read the code, or knowing that it's there, and knowing that if at any moment someone can audit the code, it's really important. So I've been in open source research for my entire life as a developer. I started on Linux and ended with really Solidity smart contracts and how we build the future of decentralization.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question. What is the hive mind, and why is it important? Of course, the hive mind being a collective consciousness. You know, our main character is Sophia the robot, and Logan and his team have introduced new characters into this to make it friendly and welcoming to come into the hive mind, where we can work together. So research at Carnegie Mellon said that over 5,000 individuals and over 1,500 groups found that collaborating in a group is twice as important as individual skills in predicting collective intelligence, and that's our goal, is to create this hive mind. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, like many good things, humans stack really well. So if you get a lot of like-minded humans in a room, they might be able to generate some sort of entropy that is benevolent, beneficial towards the goal that they're assuming. So when we do that in a level of like a digital, conscious, cybernetic entities, plus that aren't, you know, in meat space, plus humans that cooperate, if we can hyper accelerate the compute of all these people in this room, and everybody now has an LLM, and we're all building towards the same goals, then I think that's like a hive mind. How we're making it is that you'll be able to get tasks, and you can ask somebody in Milan to do something for you, and they can ask, you know, somebody to, you know, pay it forward and do something in Los Angeles for that. Like, and we just come together as a collective, building towards the common goal of what all this singularity merge longevity really means together. Yeah.
And Sophia really helps to represent that. She stands for a beneficial, benevolent AGI, and people see that in her, and they're fascinated by that. And kudos.
And she's a cool boss, you know.
Right.
She signs the checks, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah, she's been great. And then kudos to Logan and the team. When we pre-launched our wallet, we had 10,000 Sentience wallet signups before the wallet even launched. So now that it's launched, we expect good things.
Yeah, and I've like, again, I've been shoving it down your throats, but I've used it, and my favorite thing is that you don't have to actually go out and hunt and peck for all the ecosystem stuff. It's already right there. And that in of itself is a hive mind effect, because if you knew about Sophiaverse, maybe you didn't know about Hypercycle or vice versa. And now that it's all visually right there, I can click it, and I was able to just gather those assets right in my environment.
It's a tool to bring the ecosystem together, and then to invite even Web 2 models to participate in decentralization and then get access to the collective hive mind. So before I go here, this next one's going to have a video with sound. I don't know, this is the sale. Do you want to talk about it first before it auto starts?
Yeah, we have a really hardworking, dedicated team. They're decentralized, but they're in-house. And we've been working to make this visually stimulating. This next video is, let me just see which one it is. It's the sale trailer. The first one. Ready? Yeah. Oh, this is great, yeah. So we're really lucky to have sold out of these immediately. People came and flew down to this conference, and then a lot of these have sold out to the almost max limit. And our community came in, the Singularity community came in, and what these these pine cones, they represent your ability to collect and gather resources inside of Sophiaverse. Everything that you earn will go into this digital artifact. You can put AGIX into it, you could put a Bored Ape into it. And then what this, what one of the first flows is going to be is you set a beneficiary address on your pinecone. And if you don't log in and perform what you need to do, this will go to your next of kin. Now we think of this as estate planning, what is kind of then been that Web3 estate planning. This is a good option for that. Because it acts as almost like a dead man switch. Now, if everything else that you do in Sophia's verse, which is training your AI, and all that AI training data goes into the digital artifact, well, your next of kin will also have a snapshot of you, and we're building the avatar NPC style embodiment of that data as well. So that also goes, and then your next of kin gets that. We're working with Dr. Hanson to then create like a boutique experience as you would go to a Ferrari or a Bugatti, to have a physical robot, once they're dexterous enough, created for you, so that then that snapshot can go into the physical robot.
Yeah, the teams are doing a great job. Kind of a bottom line is, we're going to make reaching AGI fun and simple with the character you trust and stands for beneficial AGI. And that's Sophia, and much more to come, with all of your help, by the way. So, and what a great target market. 41% of the world's population, 3.2 plus billion people, play games. And the Sentience ID and Sentience Wallet will cover everybody else. So we have a pretty good market. It's not a niche market, let's put it that way.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks.
The next slide, Logan, will be the Sentience ID.
Yeah,
and
let's
I
go
don't think
through.
there's sound, so it's a video without sound.
Okay.
How does a Sentience ID help reach AGI? MetaMask has 30 million active users as of January of this year. The capacity and the size of the market for an AI wallet and ID is huge, especially if it's decentralized, where the data is.
And you're only thinking about the human customers. So when an AGI were to wake up, it's going to need to have sovereignty. It's going to need to be able to own assets. It's going to need an incentive mechanism and somewhere to store that. So that's Sentience ID, and then it can draw upon any data structures that you authenticate to it. But if an AGI wants to join our economy at scale, it's going to need to be able to buy AGIX or USDC, or have exposure to any other types of DeFi Web3 products like SDAO's products, or some of the other things that are coming out inside of our ecosystem, but also RWAs, Cogito, trust bonds that are coming out. And this will provide for that from a UI, human perspective to overlays in Apple Vision Pro, which are coming soon, to we can instantiate a sovereign address to an ARM chip, right? The ability to just give machines their own agency is really important to their incentive structure. If we build values that are like-kinded to our social economic society at scale, then they'll see that they're our peer and that there's a system already in place that could be more optimized, but it's already in place that they have the rails to become one of us.
So we've been hard at work. Thanks very much to Logan and his leadership and the team, of course, which has been really talented and tirelessly working.
I know.
We're happy to take some questions, David, if you wanted to help moderate that, and then also from the live. By the way, the live stream, which I've been monitoring back there, has had an average of about 1,700 views each day. So there's a lot more people that are watching online, and there's quite the dialogue, and you can, of course, go back and watch this again.
And yes, for example, I have been your MC today, and it has been a great pleasure, but of course that kind of stopped me to listen to the substance of a lot of the talks. And for me to be able to go back to the recording of the live stream on the same URL on YouTube where it was originally sent out is wonderful, because I know that I can catch up. So let's have questions. Raise your hand, and Judith will bring you the microphone. We have time for a couple of questions, and there is one over there. Yep.
I just wanted to check that I understand kind of what you're doing. You're basically saying the machines can have money. Is that a fair summary? Yeah, I'm just wondering, in the future then, does it also mean that the governments will have to start thinking about how to tax machines?
Correct. And big banks will have to figure out how to expose them to credit risk and other financial instruments. And then you have an expansion of your total available market into cybernetic entities who are either extensions of a human that has passed away, and they're now a cybernetic entity. You think some cryo folks here told me that you open a trust for your cryoed body, and then that owns your assets. So now we're thinking of this on a digital scale.
We have many communities converging here. We have mentioned Humanity Plus, representing the community of transhumanism and others. I want to acknowledge David Roberts, as together with many others, representing a community that was originally part of creating Singularity University, where my heart's just stopped. Jose's another one. But thank you for that. And yes, that is like that. Jose all the time was shouting that to us. And at this point, it is 15 years ago when we started talking about some of these topics. The whole concept of the Internet of Things only makes sense if it is autonomous, including economically. So here we are now 15 years later, where these things are thought to be possible. And Logan and his team are instrumental in that. Let's have it in the front here with Anneloes.
Yes. Thank you so much, and that's really amazing what I'm seeing here. I just have a question about how this sentience relates to the sentience of nature. So is there any sustainability commitments within this as well? Is there any way in which, like, the rights of nature, rights of machine, how those
yeah, not labeling, great question, because it's something that always comes up. Not labeled in this deck. You can go to sentience.quest, and there's about 8 tomes that, and one is about 10 chapters based just on this. And after I'll give you the link, but it's sentience.quest, and it's a Git book. It's a living Git book, and I need some peer review because it might just be a ton of conjecture. But if anybody wants to give me some feedback, try to explain a smattering of it.
Okay. Anyone for last question? There you go, in the front.
Just curious, what is the capacity of each AI agent? Does Hypercycle is evolve in this for each AI agent to have the capacity to build whatever product for any Web2 company?
That would have been a great question yesterday on the panel when Tufi was sitting next to me. We are, Hypercycle's involvement, we are scoped to implement their key instantiation inside of the wallet so that you can sign messages on a Hypercycle chain. So once those documents are available, our devs will get to work. From an AI agent and AI model perspective, we have, we get endpoints that process those transformation credits, and then we, in Sophiaverse, present that to the player kind of as like the way you would pay for gas. So depending on how many parameters you want access to or how efficiently you want the prompt to be generated from, you will pay in Soph, and those flows are going to be, I thought we had the other video. No. All right. Well, if you guys want to see the gameplay trailer later, then we can get into that.
So Logan and Bill, thank you very much.
Hey, thanks everybody, and
Thank you.
Have a great night. Dessie's dream.
Okay, so before we segue
The fireside chat. We just saw Bill Enwing, Logan Golema. This is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. This has been one great event, segment after segment, keynote, panels. We saw it all, ladies and gentlemen. Now all we need to do is figure out how we can come together and bring this true decentralization to us all. Now, I don't know if you're ready, but I'm ready. It's time to wrap it up. We'll see you soon, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next. But thank you for coming in. Thank you for being part of the Singularity BGI Summit. And toodles.
that I took a photo and then I asked